All right, Ms. Frankish, go ahead.
Thank you. Sergeant Hayes, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I want to jump back into when you arrived on scene at 2155 Purcell Lane. Can you go ahead and tell the jury what county that's in?
It's Cherokee County.
And when you arrived there, I believe you testified yesterday, well, you did testify yesterday that you began interviewing some folks, and you spoke to Melody Farris.
I did.
Can you tell the jury about where that was, how long it was? Yeah, go ahead.
The first time I interviewed Ms. Farris, it was on the property. I asked her where we could go that was kind of semi-private outside. At the time, we weren't going inside the house. And she led me to the back patio. It was just outside of Gary's office on the lower level. And I believe she sat in a swing and I sat in a chair.
At that time, had any of the projectiles been found?
No.
Were you aware that there was really any, I guess the term would be foul play at that point?
Not necessarily. The only thing we had noticed so far was that the body was burned much more than we expected it to be when we found it.
And during this conversation with Ms. Farris, at any point did you expose your firearm or handcuffs or threaten to harm her in any way?
Typically, we dressed in like slacks and a polo, and I'd had my gun on my side next to my badge, which is typical everyday wear in criminal investigations. But as far as pulling it out, or I didn't usually carry handcuffs unless I expected to need them. So I don't believe I would have had handcuffs on that day.
So you mentioned that Ms. Farris was on like a swing, and where were you located?
In a chair across from her.
Okay, so is that like a bench swing that she was on?
I believe so.
And what was the purpose of this interview?
A fact gathering mission. At this time we hadn't. Multiple interviews were starting at the same time. I was speaking with her and other detectives on scene. I believe we're starting to speak with other family members, just trying to figure out what might have happened.
Was she under arrest at that point?
She was not.
Okay. How long did you speak with her outside?
The first interview, I believe, was a little longer than an hour.
Okay. At this time, Judge, the state would move to tender State's Exhibit Hayes 1.
No objection.
Let me ask you just a couple more follow-ups.
Okay.
At this time in 2018, did CSO have body cameras?
We did not have body cameras.
So what did you use for this interview to record it?
If we were doing mobile interviews that were not at either the South Annex or our headquarters building, we would just carry pocket digital voice recorders.
And so did you record this conversation you have with Ms. Farris?
I did.
And it's just audio. There's no video?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I was given information by Deputy Moss. I just want to make sure it's accurate. Melody Walker Farris, 2/8 of 1960. And this is your address? Just can you give me a little history or background of what's going on?
I don't know. Well, Tuesday, he started to be burned. Late Tuesday, started to be burned.
Tuesday this week.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we're all the time out here. He had set the house on fire 2 years ago. This August. And I got so terrified. He said it in his office. We think what he did was injury administrator in there, don't know. That's what started flooding my Scott for here. And we did so much damage. And so since then, I had been so scared of fire. And just crazy area. But he was all the time he has a thing with starting fires. He set one in my other house in the woods behind my house. We lived in a subdivision. I had a call from the neighbor one morning at 4 o'clock in the morning. The fire department was there. He had started it like the week before, and it had been smoldering. And it had gotten out of control. So it had been, I don't know, maybe 6 months or so since he had burned it before.
This burn pile here?
And then it had trees, it had fencing, we had pulled up, we went to the fire pit down here, we had an excavator here, and they had pulled up a bunch of tree stumps and that kind of stuff. We put on the garden pile, so it had a lot of fencing and stuff on it. And he said something, and not long ago about burning. I said, please do not burn it. It's too dry, it's too windy, it's too, we always do this. Don't burn it. Well, Scott came home. I don't know what time it was when he got here. Because I called him and I was chasing horses. And I don't know where they got out due to all fireworks going on or if he had let them out because Gary was much worse for the weather gate would get up. I said, I'm chasing horses. I was fun. So I went home a little while. I called him back and said, I got all the horses put up. I got, whatever. And Gary stayed in the basement. And that was this is his domain with the bottom floor. And so anyway, I got ready. Scott pulled in. And he said something about his glossy. He's got the burn pile going. I said, I told him he was better watch it tonight. But it was still, and then yesterday morning, Scott left about 11 o'clock yesterday morning, I guess. He came over to get a debit card. He's going to go play golf. And I said, the burn pile's still going. It'll probably go for a long time. I mentioned, I said, I hope it didn't get around like it did last time. So I left here going with my daughter to Lake Lanier, brought cameras and stuff back here. And, he had gathered up there was a big pile of wood back here in the back that had termites in it. And he said something like, I said, Gary, do not make that burn pile any bigger. I mean, it would be massive, and it was beyond massive.
And I'm sorry, when was this when you and Gary were having this conversation?
Tuesday night.
Tuesday night, okay.
Yeah. He said, Gary, it's dry out. It's dry as toast out. And I said, please do not, please do not. Gary's no reason. He's a lawyer. We'll burn it or die trying. And that was, I left. I had the blower and blowing everything off out here. And I walked by that bathroom because he sits in there in the bathroom stove, which is one back here. And the fan was on, and great. And they're smoking again. And that's, it's the last I thought about it. And then Addison and Cameron were here, and we were busy last night getting them settled and me in a bed and that kind of stuff. And it's not unusual not to see him because he's very much an introvert. Even if all the kids are here, he'll just get on, just get out in the pasture. And he doesn't like having a conversation. He doesn't. If he talks to the kids, he pretty much does it through text messaging and email. It's the way that he is. Always been. It's nothing unusual. It's nothing. And then in April, we worked on the paperwork. I couldn't remember the exact date. He was in the hospital for 3 days. Scott and I took him one night. He got really bad. He's had these spells for years. And he talks. He gets very slurred speech. His motor coordination gets very off. He stumbles. His dad had Parkinson's, and I kind of wondered if maybe he had Parkinson's. But they did. I never did personally talk to the cardiologist, but I did talk to his physician's assistant. And with Amanda and I went with Amanda to go look at a wedding weekend. And so we left before the actual cardiologist came in, but they found that he had a leaking aortic valve, a leaking tricuspid valve. And they wanted him to go back to the cardiologist on Friday. He got out late Wednesday. They wanted him to go back to the cardiologist on Friday to be hooked up to a heart monitor for a length of time to see, what all was going wrong with his heart. And he refused to go, which was not in.
And this just happened in the last few weeks, you said?
He was in the hospital in April, but he's been having these spells, and they get more and more and more frequent. And he had one, it was after he was in the hospital. I don't remember. Emily, the daughter that lives in Franklin, was here, her birthday, which was April the 14th. And he had one right after that lasted about 4 days. So he stayed in the bed. That didn't have time. And he would sleep for just hours and hours and hours. And then he wouldn't sleep for hours and hours and hours. So they had asked him to also see a neurologist to see if he was anything going on neurology. And he refused. He said, no, I'm not going to go and tell them what I'm like. I had one. Because he's got a sister that is, I know bipolar is schizophrenia. She's had electroshock. And his mother has Alzheimer's really bad. His dad died of Parkinson's in 2011. And he said, I think I'm getting like my parents. And he said, I don't want to know if I am. And he would have these spells and there was no reasoning with him. I mean, he would see things on the walls and he would, think there was people in the house. And he would swear that we were having parties right here in the hot tub. Where were all those people last night? There's nobody here, Gary. We could do it. And there would not, and then he would just all of a sudden just drop it. Like,
So you're saying he starts fire, he just likes burning stuff? It's like a hobby of his, or?
Oh, I told him always he was a pyromaniac.
Yeah.
He loved.
How long have you and him been married?
He'll be 39 next year. I mean, in September. 39 in September. Now, he did, before we got married, his sister and I were talking about the other night because I was telling her I had actually gone to North Alabama. My mother is in nursing home up there. I was talking to her about it and how she said how Gary is. I said it worries me. I said it's getting worse and worse. He won't go back to the doctor. And we were discussing how he tried to kill himself twice before we got married.
Before you guys got married? What did he do? What steps did he take?
I know one time he took a bunch of pills. The second time he cut his wrist. And that was during the time his sister was hospitalized in a mental institution in North Alabama. I get electroshock sometimes. His dad had mental illness. Then his mother, I know the year that my dad died, which was in 97, I know she was on lithium at the time. And then my sister-in-law said the other night that they had given her some sort of something that began with an S that was an antipsychotic drug. But I said, well, she's in a mental facility, in a memory care facility. And she had be getting very aggressive. So, he had a brain and it was bad. And that's why I told him, Mr. Gary, you set my house on fire.
This house we're sitting at, he set on fire? And you said that was from the inside. He, in his office, and you think he was smoking and dropped it or something?
Yeah. I was here, it was on a Sunday afternoon. And I was here, and there was a friend of mine that lives here in the neighborhood. She said, let's swing back to the truck. We're going to go. So let me get a few things done. And just, and had all that good. At that time, which is still set up to some degree, it got in the closet that's in here in this office. This house is one of those smart houses that everything's hooked up together. At that time, lights were flashing inside, everything was going off and stuff, and I was trying to find it. I called Scott, but he saw the smoke coming out of his office. And I got the dogs out, fire department came, it got in the wall and up, and then it broke a hole in the master bedroom. The whole basement had to be gutted, home theater had to be, everything, and it did so much damage.
You keep referring to Scott. Is that one of your children? And he's your son? Scott lives in the barn.
Scott lives in the barn.
Okay. I'm assuming his last name's Farris? Yes. Are all these children yours and Gary's together? What other children?
Chris, he's here.
Chris Farris. What is he local? And
Amanda, she's here. You know, we were.
Is Amanda still Ferris?
Yeah. She worked for flowers. And then Emily.
Emily Ferris?
Emily Payne.
Payne.
P-A-Y-N-E.
Where does she live?
Oh, Thompson Station. It's outside of Franklin.
Okay. So, just kind of recap so I make sure I understand. Emily came in.
I mean, Emily lives in Franklin.
Emily lives in Franklin. She's not here. Okay. So Amanda came
Amanda
in
got here this morning.
this morning. So who came in?
Last night,
Yes.
I had Addison, my granddaughter,
Okay.
and Cameron, which is Amanda's fiance's daughter, was here last night.
Okay. So that's who came in last night. And you guys were just used to Gary not coming up and socializing.
Yeah.
So you assume, where did you assume he was this entire time?
In his office.
Does he have a kitchen down here and a bathroom and everything he
There's a
needs?
bathroom down here. There is we keep Mountain Dew in the refrigerator. And he keeps them in the trunk of his car because he drinks 12 a day. And they had told him at the hospital he had to stop drinking Mountain Dew, so I refused to buy them. So he kept them in the trunk of his car. He kept one in the refrigerator all the time. He'd switch them out. He got one. So he'd come out because he didn't want anybody to see that he was drinking Mountain Dew. So yes, there is a bathroom down here. There's everything right here. Now he does have a closet in our bedroom, but it's not unusual for him to, get up and down without being seen. I mean, I was out on the property feeding animals. We've got a baby goat that's got his bed. And Addison and Cameron, had gone over to the barn. I mean, we were in and out and doing it. And I was trying to, getting them fed and stuff. And we've been out all day in the sun. And I actually went to bed about 8:30 last night. I was done. And they went to bed. I said, okay, do not go outside this door. Do not go anywhere. Do you stay where I can hear you. And the last I heard of them last night was about 10 o'clock. That's when I heard them in the kitchen.
Okay.
Then this morning, Cameron and Addison said, where's Big Daddy? And I said, well, he's down in the basement, I guess. And I said, why? And they said, well, they want to ride the RTV. And I said, well, wait till Amanda gets here. She's on her way and do it with her. When Amanda got here, Scott came over. And I said, have you seen? I said, is your daddy over at the barn? And he said, no. And I said, well, I haven't seen him. I haven't, which him, like I said, it's not unusual. I mean, most of the days, if he's off, just like noon, 1 o'clock, and then he'll stay up till.
So does he still actively practice law? He's still, okay, still has firm.
He's a Burn Foreman, B-U-R-R. B-U-R-R.
B-U-R-R-N.
Foreman, F-O-R-M-A-N.
Where's that?
Atlanta Station.
What kind of law did he practice? So last time anybody actually laid eyes on him or had a conversation with him was Tuesday evening.
Yeah, Chris, my son, was here, and his daughter asked.
And
But then he came through after that. I don't know what time it was. I had actually gone in my study and had sat down with the dogs because they were freaking out because everybody was shooting fireworks. And he said, are you cooking dinner? And I said, Gary, there's enough food. All the kids were here this last weekend. And Emily was in from Franklin with her little girl. And I said, yeah, there's enough food in here to feed Cox for me. I'm not going to throw it out. So figure out something to eat in the kitchen. And I said, I've got all I can do because the horses are freaking out. I said, I've already put 2 of them up, and I stayed in the study until, but like I said, it was not unusual night.
And the study is upstairs? Okay. What is y'all's relationship status? I mean, do y'all kind of just live separate lives in the same house? Okay.
Always have. I mean, that's not unusual.
For your entire marriage? Okay.
He, like I said, he was very much a loner. we've been in this house, it'll be 5 years this November. And even in my other house, we lived in 2 separate quarters. But his brother and his wife basically did the same thing, and his sister, he's never married. Just she don't want to be around anybody. So we just talked about it. I mean, everybody was like,
And he's always been that way.
always been. And then somebody asked me, said, why have you stayed? And I said, I have to go out again. I mean, he was very verbally abusive. He could cut to the bone. But, you know, it's not that he did that. You know, I said, he doesn't cut any spite. He does it to my kids, too. I mean, like Amanda that's here, she's going to get married in May. And he is basically, well, Chris, my son that's here, I told one of the other deputies that was here, I said, we've been having trouble with him taking money. I mean, over $900 a month. He's got a checking account routing. And I said, Gary refuses to talk to him. Refuses to. I said, he sends emails to text messages. That's all he does. And I said, you know, if I say anything, then it's like I told, I don't remember who it was that apologized. I said, you know, Chris was here last summer. His girls come and they stay here. They said, "Why come here?" I said, they sent me a voice memo last year when he was here, and it was, I'm not buying you any fucking food, and we'll go get you the cheapest fucking thing. And I told this Chris, I'm gonna call social services. Don't stop. And they basically, I mean, they stay here. The parents are divorced. He's been divorced. They've been divorced for years. Well, I won't say divorced. They have lived separately for years, and they finally got a divorce right before he was married. And I said, Chris, I don't think it's your own. And he, at that point in time, he told me when he stood in my driveway and chased me up to the front porch, and he said, "I'm going to feed you beyond recognition. And the next time I want to see you is when they put your unboxing thing." And I said, Chris, I'm going to stop you from taking money some way, somehow, you've got to get help. You cannot treat me to girls like this. You cannot treat me, you know. And I said, I beg you, you know, get help, get whatever, get. Of course, he just gets so enraged. I mean, to the point that I told him, I said, you're not going to be at my house when I'm not here. You're not welcome here to just come in. You're not.
Now, you said he got here when, Chris?
Yeah, Amanda and I were sitting on the front porch. I don't even know what time it is now.
It is 2:35.
Oh,
But he wasn't here the past couple of days.
he was here Tuesday night.
Because he was here Tuesday
He
night.
was here Tuesday.
Did him and Gary get into it, or?
I don't think so. Oh, the last thing that Chris had done was book a vacation to the beach that they're supposed to be leaving Saturday. I think it's Saturday. And Gary had said, I'm going to go with him. Instead of him just taking the money, like what he usually does, I'm going to go with him. And he said, are you going to go? And I said, no, I'm not going. Because Gary, he keeps taking, I mean, it's serious money. I mean, it's serious money. I mean, like I said, it's anywhere from $800 to $900 a month. Plus the girls' airline tickets, you know, for them to fly back and forth. I know his ex-brother-in-law died January, February or so in a skiing accident. He booked the airline tickets to us. I'm like, no, you know. So that's what mine and Chris's thing of it is no, stop. And we went to a bachelor trip. He went to Panama. I'm like, you went to where? You know, because Gary was like, why do we have tickets to a foreign country? I don't know. I'm going to find out. This is what you do. And that's been some complication. Gary was just like, it's not like I can't, he kept saying, well, I can afford to do it. I said, Gary, that's not the point. I mean, that's like Scott that lives there like on. He hasn't worked since he came back from Iraq, except for a very short time. And I can't make him work. I can't make him, And I said, Gary, give me 35 Saturday. And I said, Gary, he needs to work. He said, well, you don't work. Gary, you know.
It's typical for the woman not to work, but not for
I have
a grown man,
kids,
right?
And we've got now 3 grandchildren that are here. I mean, Ella and Addie come in for May.
And I can only imagine this place is a full-time job to
Full-time job.
take care of you.
I mean, it is. You know, and Scott, I mean, and Scott is good help. But, I mean, like this last week, I mean, he's played golf 3 days. He's gone to the lake. He's gone, you know, it's just like, come on now.
This is Scott that's done all this? So he's just enjoying life.
He is enjoying life to the fullest. And, you know, I said, I've got to have some help. I mean, I'm working before daylight a lot of days till dark 30. I've got to have some help. I said, if you don't, I'm going to move you out and move me somebody in who, you know, I can, you know, I didn't even talk to Chad, Amanda's fiance. His dad was actually pistol whipped not long ago, and he was having in between, you know, whatever. And he said something back. He said, well, you move my dad in, he'll work. And I said, well, he's had his issues of his own, and I don't need to trade one, you know, for another. I said, at least God is my child, and I ain't screaming at him, but, you know. But, I mean, like I said, I can't remember now what year that Scott got out. I know he has not worked since we lived in his house. I mean, there was just like, what he do is great. He'll be 35. Let's, you know. I said, when I was 35, I had 1 kid. You were in a new practice. I mean, we moved from Birmingham in 95. The agreement was to say 3 years, and I'm still here. But the law office here did it quite well. So he would manage here for us. It was, yeah, I mean, it's not a lot of help. Yes, he is. Because, like I said, it's a full-time job fixing everything that Gary unfixes. I mean, he could tear, like I always say, he could tear a steel ball. And we had gotten where we just didn't leave him here much alone. Because, I mean, you come into the tractor and get stuck, or you know, anything. And, I mean, we had gotten, I mean, like I told his sister, I said, you know, I'm worried he's getting like your mom. And, you know, I don't know about his practice. I know managing partner when he was in the hospital. I had talked to the managing partner. He's actually in Birmingham. And there's no community. And I said, make him go to the doctor and make him follow through. Angela, his secretary, that she's the secretary, well, she moved over here from Birmingham. And, you know, she said, I told him I was going to put a like a shot collar. I mean, every time he got a Mountain Dew, it was like a cigarette, little popping with it. You know, and I mean, I told him, so I don't pay you how to practice. I think that's the way it works.
So you can stay down there and wear whatever and smoke. And so, what, you'll give me one second, I'll direct Mr. Ross here. He's one of our deputy coroners. Hello? You looking for them?
Yes, sir.
You follow? Yeah, right through the.
Right down.
Straight down.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So, all right. So you said some verbal abuse, any physical or mental, nothing like that. So,
But like I said, it wasn't just me; it was everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, he was an attorney, so the way that he put things were very, you know. Amanda years ago gave me a book on some sort of personality disorder, and I read the book and see it just read it. And, it was the way. I mean, like I couldn't say to him, you know, Gary, you don't need to leave the gate open. Oh, well, you just think I'm an idiot. No, Gary, I'm saying, please don't leave the gate open because I don't take it out. So you just learned to, you know, could you please shut the gate?
Sure.
I know that you forgot to shut the gate, but could you please, because chasing horses is not, you know, I mean, it was just, I mean, like Amanda said already, she said, it scares me. And she said, what's happening? And I said, I don't know. I said, I was scared to death that, you know, fire was, I figured he'd burn my house. And then that was like yesterday, she said something about, what's Daddy doing? I said, hoping not burning my house down or, you know, something like that.
So how does he usually start his fires? What does he?
He usually starts that one down there with diesel or kerosene or gasoline.
Did you see how he did it this time? Or?
No, because I actually was in the house. I had been, like I said, the kids had been here all weekend, and I knew Ellen and Addie was coming, and I had been painting my study, and I was trying to, you know, just inside, just, I mean, you know. And then when I realized the fire was going, I mean, you know, and I said, Gary, why not? I mean, that was like the other night. I mean, all this down here, we had done the fire pit recently and done all that planning and stuff, and I said, you're why are you for this trucks? Because I can't. Okay. Well, you know, so he planted them up front. You know, I mean, it was just, he would do very erratic things. Just, he would be just like, why are you doing that? Why? And he would do things and redo them and redo them and redo them. And we just got used to it.
Mm-hmm. So what happened this morning when y'all found?
Well, Amanda was here, Cameron was here, Addison was here, and Scott was here. And we got to talking, you know, said something. I said, Scott, have you seen your daddy? And he said, no. And I said, well, I was wondering if he was in the barn. And he said, no, he's not there. So, but his, what we call his tribal CPAP was gone. His big CPAP is in there, but his tribal CPAP was gone. And I said, did he go anywhere? And I said, well, his car is here. And I said, but that's not unusual for him to leave. And I know his mother had, I don't really know what happened to her. It was in May 1st of last year. And I noticed that everything was gone. And I called him and I said, where did you go? And, well, Mama, I've gone to check on Mama. Okay, is she okay? Yeah, she's fine. And I don't know what made me think to call or send my sister-in-law a text that lives in Huntsville. And I said, what's happened to Betty? She said, she's on life support. What do you mean she's on life support? Yeah, we're on our way to see if there's any agreement. Gary said she was just fine. How long has she been on the ventilator? She said, a couple, 3 days.
Wow.
I said, do what? I mean, you know, well, I tried to call Gary back. And I said, well, would you tell me if something happens to her? And he didn't want to tell the kids. He didn't want to tell. I said, Gary, your grandmother is on life support. So we went Mother's Day up there. Like I said, my mother is in a nursing home in the same town. And we all went up there. And cousin of mine went and stuff, and we went by the hospital. By this time, they had taken her off the ventilator. Like I said, she didn't know come here from somewhere. So, I mean, it was just things like that. We just all learned to live with it. I mean, it's like Amanda, we tried to plan this wedding. She'd get married next May. And she had sent him a text the other day, you know, meeting with a photographer next Wednesday. And do you want to go? No.
So, did anybody try to call him or get a hold of him over
Yeah,
this?
we've been trying to call him, and it immediately went to voicemail.
When did this start?
Today.
When you're trying to call him today? But yesterday, nobody went down to the basement to check on him?
No, I mean, like I said, I wasn't here the majority of the day.
Uh-huh.
And by the time I got here last night, I mean, it was get the animals to the barn and get I had 2 little girls here, and they were, you know,
Sure.
back and forth to the barn, and I had to don't want him here around the horses, without me being, right there. And I honestly, like I said, I crashed and burned. I went to bed and I said, look, do not leave outside, do not go anywhere. If I call you, and Amanda had told Cameron, said, look, cut that phone off it. Y'all not staying on Instagram, Snapchat, everything all night long.
How old are the girls?
I don't know how old Cameron is, but Addison's 11. She'll be 12 in August. And Cameron's on the same age. And so I said, look, I will know if you walk outside this house. Your neighbor stayed upstairs. And the neighbor upstairs got fixed to them. It's got a queen size bed and 2 twin beds. I said, I promise you, I will know if you walk outside that door.
Mm-hmm.
And so yes, ma'am, I promise you, I won't leave. I won't. Like I said, it was on that. I don't know what time Linda got here. And, then it was okay. So we went looking, everywhere. Scott got on the RTV and went circled, and Scott and I got on there because we checked the front pasture, up there. We went through the barn, went through the house. Because he a lot of times will sit in this, there's an electrical room down here in the basement.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a chair in there, and he'll sit and smoke in there. And I told him, I said, Gary, you're going to set my house on fire. I said, come here and smoke. And so he would do that.
So y'all just started a search, basically, of the property on
search,
and then when y'all actually went to the fire pit, everybody was walking. Y'all were still just kind of walking around. Or?
Yeah, Scott had the RTV. We had been around, and then, we had walked down. Scott's got a trail cam that's like way down the hill down there. And I had asked him, I said, sir, check that and see if there's see if he could walk down the hill. And, because this property that joins us right here, but yeah, there's a barbed wire fence up, but, he said, no, there's nothing on the trail cam. And, so anyway, we were all walking and doing and, looking, and Amanda she said, I've emailed both of his email accounts. He's got a work one and a personal one. And I emailed those to look, hey, we want to know where you are. And I called the secretary to see if she knew, was he going out of town anywhere? Was he, not that I know of. But like again, he's not in office all that much, so, So she said, well, let me know whether you hear from him. I said, well, you let me know if you hear from him. Or if anybody, hears from him. So she would. And I even called my daughter that's in Thompson Station and said, have you heard from your daddy? She said, well, I sent out a group, and she did. She sent out a group text to all of us late yesterday. And normally he will respond back on the group text, and he did not respond back to it. And that was today before we found, that out. And I even called her everything is in Gary's name. At this house. At one time, when we closed on it, it has my name on it. And then we also owned my daughter's house in Thompson Station. And by Tennessee law, my name had to be on my house. But we have a condo in Tuscaloosa, and that's the Gary's name on it. Everything. But that's so people can. I have a debit card and I have a credit card of his name on it. And he has, and Scott has one that Gary's name on it. And the second you make a transaction, it goes to his phone. But he used to do my girls that way, what they got out of him. So he does a lot of bankruptcy work.
So he's afraid of running out of money to a point.
To a point, I think it's a control thing.
Yeah.
He's never said anything. I skipped getting off of his property.
Sure.
and I got anything that I wanted,
Mm-hmm.
you know. But it was, I'll give it to you.
You couldn't go out and buy it on your own. Yeah, but
Yeah, I mean, I could. I mean, you know, like I said, I have a debit card and a credit card, you know, and within reason. I mean, I never abused it. Yes, I do know my house is furnished, you know, immaculately. But it's been almost 39 years of collecting it, and I've got a good bit of stuff with my grandparents. You know, it is what it is. You know, you just learn to accept it. And after he'd been in the hospital, I said, Gary, if something happens to you, I can't go buy groceries. He said, well, you'll figure it out. He said, it's not like there's no money in the bank. I said, I do understand that, but do you know what struggle it's going to be if something happens to you? I said, you've got kids that are, Emily, the one that lives in Johnson Station, he gave like $3,000 this month. It wasn't mine. And her husband was arrested, for one step off Jerry's road. Was arrested the day they brought Olivia home, last November the 27th. And was taken with the original I was there. And he was going to be taken back to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, on a fugitive warrant. And he has embezzled his mother he stole from her once she lost her house. And everything. And I said, I don't even know the outcome of, his last. He was on sales tax, failure to pay sales tax, and a forged instrument.
wow.
And he had to go back for that. That he's been arrested. So, and I begged Emily not to marry. I begged Emily and Gary back on 35
Wow. So what? This is kind of a hard question to ask, but what do you think happened? You think he had a medical episode, or did he ever have any thoughts or tendencies or threats to hurt himself, other than the 2 times before you guys were married?
Yeah, he would occasionally, and he'd gotten, I think, more and more. Like I said, the group text that would go out when she sent pictures of Olivia, because she's in daycare and there'd be pictures for the day. And I know he made a thing not long ago. He said, I haven't got any pictures recently of Olivia. And so she said, like, oh, now my day is brighter. But now he always looked at everything being happy. My house is not good enough. He finished top of his high school class. He was beyond book smart. Common sense. And he nothing was ever good enough. Kids weren't good enough. He just weren't good enough. So hence, that usually have a whole lot to do with it. And I think that he thought his parents basically, we put Gary through law school and through undergrad, and his parents did nothing for him. And I think he thought that was buying their love and buying their whatever to get money out. And Amanda, she's getting married, and she's a child that he's just I think he loved her. I do. But she was kind of always really.
She didn't get the same treatment as the other one. So I know this has been your entire marriage, 38-year marriage, and he's had these tendencies to do mental issues, for lack of better terms. I know he's not been diagnosed, but anything recently?
Well, now he has taken Paxil for years.
Okay.
Right after my dad died, which was in January 97. I took him to the ER not long after that. Full-blown panic attack. Thought he was having a heart attack. My dad died. Thought he was having a heart attack again. They basically told him to go and seek psychiatric help. Yeah. So he started talking, but he's a medical doctor. And I had taken him, it's been over a year ago. He got freaking walk. You know, they did an MRI and he had several voltages and stuff inside the truck. Muscle relaxers and he would have episodes that he would just you know, and it wouldn't be anything, it would just be he would turn or, you know, and at that time was at the worst. He's had a couple of episodes since then. He just stayed in bed for several days.
Mm-hmm. So no big drastic changes in the past week or two where he's gotten real depressed or just anything out of the ordinary?
I guess that I had confronted, you know, Chris put the beach trip last week. You know, and I said, Gary, come on now, we got to. I mean, come on. I mean, because Chris had called me. I said, no, Chris, no, I'm not paying for you another vacation. I don't get to go on vacation. You know? So no, I'm not going to. So Gary had said, you know, he said, well, what if we go with him? I said, no, we're not going. We're going to. He's not going either, you know? And I said, because how else is he going to learn if we keep, you know? He said, well, why can't we even take the grandchildren? You and I will go. You will take the grandchildren. Well, no, Chris and Jenna need to go because Chris won't let the girls go anyway. Well, then we don't go. I didn't think that was I mean, you know. So from that point in time on, it was very peaceful talking about. And when I first got here, she used to, and he, as soon as I walked out there, Mr. Stark, Addison said, "My looking to see Olivia," and it's Emily was and I said, well, I don't know. I said, I've got to go with my mother to the auto club later on in the month. So you know, while you're over here. And I said, maybe you can go there. Oh, well, they're not going with you. I said, Chris, they stay here most of the time here. Because you can't be trusted with your children. I mean, as soon as they flew in Tuesday morning, and the flight got in at 8:30, and Ella, his older daughter, he came back here and dropped her off to a friend that she was right down the road. And that her mother lives somewhere on down further down the road. And I said, so I called Terry because her parents were born. I called Terry Boswell and I said, did you know that Ella and Emma were together with Beth? He said, I know. I said, didn't Beth just get out of jail? And he said, yeah. I said, well, do you think she's okay? He said, yeah, I think so. She ran an ex-boyfriend and totaled their cars, and, you know, and she's been in and out because I think they do a cat fight or whatever. Mm-hmm. I said, I don't think Ella needs to appeal there. Period. In the story. Chris was going to state how I was. So, you know, it's like, you know, Terry said, well, I think it'll be okay. And I said, if you hear anything, would you call me? I said, check on it very recently, you know, so
it sounds like Chris, you and Chris, your relationship's a little
because
rocky because you're trying to put a stop to the handouts and make him grow up and do things on his own.
I mean, he's 38 years old.
But Chris's relationship with Gary was good because Gary was still feeding him money, or
Gary's still paying money.
So he didn't really.
That he did.
I know you said Chris had threatened you in the past to beat you and all that. He never did that with Gary. Did they ever exchange words?
I mean, Gary was, 6'5" and 300 pounds. You know, he wasn't going to cut his gravy train off.
Gary was 6'5", 300 pounds.
I told the other officer. I said, I think Chris is a lot of bark in the light. But I said last summer, I threatened to call the law to get him out here because I knew he was owing something. And I said, you're not leaving here for those 2 months. You can't stop him from taking the girls. I said, well, And, yeah, if you're not driving off like this. And that's when he just got belligerent. I called Gary, and he came home. And Gary let him take him. And I said, Gary, he said, what are these dogs? I said, but do you understand what you're doing? I said, Ella had sent me earlier that summer, sent me a text message, and it was him. I mean, Hudson, Maple Street, and it's like this, like that, and I'm like, you know, I can feed you the cheapest fucking thing from him. And I said, Chris, come on now. You can't do that. You know? So they came and stayed here for the rest of the time. And I said, can I tell you? I said, you are not welcome at my house unless we are home. You can't come in here. You've taken credit cards. You've taken, you've got checks. You know, he didn't write them. He would Sharon Williams. He runs a painting company. There'd be charges to Sharon Williams. You know, and so yeah, that's mine and Chris's thing.
Did you think Chris would have hurt Gary? You don't think there was an
I
argument?
don't think so. I mean,
Because it seems like it's appearing this probably happened Tuesday evening. Chris got here Tuesday.
well, he and Addison left, and I mean, he had Addison with him, so it didn't seem to be a problem because I mean, he was going to the beach. I mean, they're supposed to leave, I think Saturday, but I don't know that for sure. And he's not fixed right to me.
So Chris Tuesday evening had Addison with him the whole time.
Had what?
You said Chris had Addison with him.
Now I don't know what they did when they left here.
Okay. Had you spoken to Gary after Chris left?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Oh yeah,
Chris left, Gary was still.
yeah, he was still here.
So he went down and started the fire, and you said it was Tuesday evening, and you don't know exactly what time. It's still daylight though.
I really don't know. It was, I think, on about 6 o'clock,
Okay.
something like that.
So
But he started it, and then he went up to the very front entrance and was messing around up there. And it's scary. Don't leave that fire. Please don't leave the fire. And so that he came in, and I don't know what time it was. And, about dinner, but we never eat around here until 8:30 because he's usually never home until after that. And I think he ate here. I'm pretty sure he did because I mean I had big lamb chicken salad and I made chicken salad sandwich and I left it in there. And like I said, I had 2 horses we got out, so I was chasing them. And when I came back in, it was put back in the refrigerator. So I don't know, what he did from that point. And,
so the last time you talked to him Tuesday was around dinner time.
Yeah.
You'd estimate 8:30.
it was not that late that night, because he had been here all day and stuff. But I told him, I said, "You are not going to bed and leaving that fire."
How big was the fire when he lit it?
I mean, it was. He had piled on. We had a bunch of new fencing and stuff that he'd gone in and post and that kind of stuff. And then when we put the fire pit in earlier this year, there was a mini excavator here, and Scott had pulled up a bunch of big stones and that kind of stuff. Well, those were on there, and limbs, and we had a tree to fall back here, and it was massive. It was.
And Scott lives here on the property, so there's no issue between you, Scott, or Gary and Scott. Anything like that. Get along well.
Yeah.
No reason for Scott to do anything.
Like I said, they're not up there great.
Yeah.
I mean, Scott's living here,
Free.
free. He works, and he's works till noon every day. I never seen him before 12. And it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I finally just talked him up to this is how it's going to be. And, but I had told Gary, I said, look, I've got to have some help. I've got to. And it's like, look, fine. It's all enough for it. It's all. Yeah, because I'm working myself to death. And like I said, Scott is good help when you can get him to do it. But no, no, I don't think Chris would do it. I really don't. I know he's my child. I don't.
You said Gary's introverted. That well, he doesn't have many friends. I'm taking it. That he hangs out with socially. No. So nobody over here.
He did not like anybody being with him. Period.
He wouldn't like us all being here.
Oh.
No.
Oh,
So,
God.
did he have?
He really didn't like kids being here. If the kids come, I know like this last weekend, he basically, Olivia is 7 months old. And he basically come in, hold her for a few minutes, and he'll go sit out in the pasture, or he'll go to the barn, or he'll just stay away.
Go do his own thing.
He'll go do his own thing.
Did he have any guns or firearms?
We have a Nelly, something or the other. It's the only gun that I know that he has. Scott has several guns.
Does Scott keep his guns over there, or
Scott keeps his guns over there. That was shotgun is over here. I guess the Nelly is a shotgun.
Yeah.
It's in a case. And I think that it's in Gary's car. And then Scott had I think a 22 over here, but Gary had put it in his closet. And as far as I know, it's still in there.
does Gary drink at all? Any alcohol? Sorry.
Bushmill.
Bushmills? What is that?
It's a whiskey, bourbon, something like that. But he doesn't drink often because his dad was an alcoholic. But when he drinks, he drinks. I think he drank more than what Avenue. But like I said, Mountain Dew was his vice. And I always said his brothers and, well, his two sisters, especially his older sister, has been in and out of rehab for different drugs and stuff. And I said, hey, if they don't have an addictive personality, at least his Mountain Dew is there. It doesn't seem to be, everything else. And he was a workaholic. There's no evidence that's bad. He was a workaholic. And nothing was ever good enough. He didn't, as far as I know, he had a secretary and a legal assistant, couldn't keep a legal assistant, doesn't seem like. And because everything was very, not good enough. Nothing was ever perfect, so.
Right. Can you think of anything else that would be important for us to know? And clearly, like Sergeant Hans told you, we're going to be here for a little while doing,
My
going through.
neighbor died a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and Detective Cockendall was the one that came out and investigated that one. So this one's a little different given the circumstances. So, like Sergeant Hans said, we can't give you a time frame. We'll be here. If we think of questions along the way,
Well, I know yesterday morning when Scott came to get the debit card, he was going to pay golf. And like I said something to him about burn pile steel. Because we talked about burn pile steel going. I've got to smell that thing all, just constantly burning. Of course, 2 of the units are down here on this end and 2 are in the back part. So it sucks it in, down here. Great. Because like I said, after we had that fire hit the house, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. And I was terrified of fire after that. And it was like the more that I said about please don't burn, the more he did it. Very please don't smoke in my house. And he used that, a lot of times he would use that shower for a ashtray. And then of course now we've got him one by his chair right here. And, I said, Gary, I can't live over a fire. And I told him, I said, you said one in my other house too. I said, you can't keep this up. But his dad, we said the same thing about his dad. You couldn't get the Christmas presents opened up before he would gather up everything and take, go burn it.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is your all's name with fire? I finally took and put gas logs in our fireplace upstairs because he would load that sucker up with, I'm like, no, you'll get the chimney on fire. So we finally, this last year, I was not going to put gas in that one because I've got one in the bedroom too that's gas. And those guys put the gas, get the gas off. Yeah,
If they just want to overpack it and burn it down.
burn it down. Yeah. I mean, I told him, Gary, fire department. I mean, we had fire trucks everywhere. You know, so Gary was knocking holes in the walls.
Yeah.
And I did. I mean, I told the fire department when they were here, I said, I mean, he wasn't here, and they said, well, where is he? I said, I don't know, we won't answer his phone. So when they got here, they just kind of walked away. I mean, it was just kind of like, let her have it. I mean, you know, and I didn't say a word to him. I mean, my house was on fire. And he came in and started cleaning up his office. I'm like, Gary, I mean, come on now. We got bigger problems than you getting water out of your office. You know? And of course, it was on a holiday. I think it was a holiday weekend. I think it was on whatever Santa on it. And, you know, he fell on a holiday. It took a day or two to get everybody out here to start working on the basement. And they did. They sent a team in and cleaned and did and like, stuff. It was awesome.
Can imagine.
He had severe sleep apnea, and he had a CPAP machine, and his back usually out of bed was after he slept. I think it was torn. You know, with all the doctors he saw this last time he was in the hospital, it was a neurologist and a cardiologist and every doctor. And I mean, I shot it straight. Now he, I smoke about a pack a day. And, I drink Mountain Dew a day. I gave somebody all the medications he's on.
Yeah, that's what they wrote there.
I mean, he's on. They recently put him on a new blood pressure medicine, but it was also congestive heart failure medicine. It was on. I mean, I Googled it. It was a pretty strong one. He wouldn't take it all. He'd never take any of his medications regularly. He would, my blood pressure got really high, so I'll take a handful of them versus, you know, I'm like, here's the thought, what you take for your regular. But then more than anybody would say to me, and I told, well, Emily, the one that lives in Thompson Station, I don't know what year that was. It was we had moved into this house. And she came to me and she said, some of the partners had gone to Daddy and talked to him and he's got to get some help. And she said, please don't tell him that I told you. I don't know why he confided, but he confides in her board. You know. And she had begged him to go and seek medical. Because I've got, my dad died of a heart attack. My mother's been in the nursing home for years now with a bad heart. I've got a cousin that we're all, I don't have any brothers and sisters. I said, yeah, I've lived in the cardiologist's office for years. And I never had it. And I said, you know that there's that issue in your family? His mother supposedly is vascular dementia, and it's due from, his dad and his grandfather. It was all vascular problem. They did tell him that the two arteries in the back of the neck were stopped up. That supplied, I guess, more blood to the brain, and told him to, go to the cardiologist. Let's get this thing back.
Some people are just stubborn.
I think that he, it was, I'm going to push it as long as I can, and I said, yeah, you've got to quit smoking. I know, but I enjoy smoking. Okay. And especially after Olivia was born, because he's always, Emily was kind of his favorite, and whatever Emily wanted, Emily had his back. She's in a $40,000 house. He bought her a condo in Tuscaloosa. And that's fine. It made sense, to buy a condo. But I told him, I said, okay, we've got Olivia now. And you've got second months here, bro. So I don't, like I said, it was always the glasses half empty, kind of thing. Do I think he would do something for himself? I mean, I don't. But there was so much about him. He didn't want me being in the hospital when he was there the last time. You need to go ahead and go. And I said, no, because I'm going to talk to these doctors. I'm going. It's time to put the cards out on the table. It's time for us to all know. Well, the day that the cardiologist was supposed to come, they did a stress test and all that kind of stuff on him on Tuesday. And his nurse came in and said he did miserably on it. It's great. He said, we do not do open heart surgery here. As far as stent, I think they do stents and stuff. He said, so he will be transported out of here. And like I said, I never talked to the cardiologist. I talked to his physician's assistant. Because Amanda and she came and got me, and we went to Fox Hall on the other side of Douglasville before we had a wedding thing. When we got back over there, they were dismissing him. And so I never talked. But I do know, because in the paperwork, that he was supposed to have gone back to the neurologist and to the cardiologist on that Friday. And he got out on late Wednesday. And he was supposed to come back. So, I don't know.
But he doesn't, no heart attacks that y'all know of yet.
No. He had all the EKGs that they did in the hospital came back abnormal. So that's all that was told was abnormal. And of course, I tried to ask a lot of questions and stuff. And of course, they're thinking of privacy laws. And I know Dr. Kaufman, his doctor, I had been to him. I had to have eye surgery done a few years ago, and I had gone to him for physical at that time. I said, so I said, we're going to do that, Gary. And he said, no. So I had been able to. I said, well, we'll take it. I said, he takes his blood pressure medicine with a Mountain Dew, and he said, that tastes as if it's cigarettes. And he just kind of laughed. He said, well, what do you? I said, but now my mother, 2007, she had had heart surgery, and I tried having it in my house for a while. And I actually took her to him to get home health and all that kind of stuff. And he said, oh, I finally got you somebody that's in worse shape than I am. No, there, she's good.
Wow.
I mean, I knew he was taking time off. I mean, there's a lot of it that I would think you need to go check on him, but the more you checked on him, the more belligerent, I guess, that he got. More, so I just go and just look, we slept for the CPAP machine, so it breathed for him, basically, and he slept with the door locked. So he's paranoid about everything.
You said this is a smart house, and you just told me it's fair. Are there any video surveillance on the property?
No, not any of that has worked since the fire.
Okay. So we might see cameras around, but no, they've all been taken down.
Yeah. I mean, there's cameras still there, but the whole system is.
So I mean, if one of my supervisors, there's a camera, I can tell them there was a fire. How did you say 4 years ago was the fire? 2 years ago now?
2 years is August.
So a fire 2 years ago, and that destroyed the system, and y'all never repaired it.
We got Elon,
Mm-hmm.
and we got them back out here, and they've worked on it, and they couldn't seem to get it working. I mean, there's an iPad up in the kitchen that you can control, everything with, and it has been able to get it back working right. It got into all the wiring and everything.
So it's the whole house, not just the video surveillance. It's all the smart features.
It's all smart. Yeah, it used to. There was an electrical engineer who built this house.
Mm-hmm.
She was an architect. You walk in rooms, lights come on. If anybody moves around, and everything, lights go off.
Wow.
It got into all of that. And I said, I didn't know that it'd take a fire to get through, because I couldn't keep a light on in the house. You'd be sitting there at the kitchen table and all of a sudden everything's so dark.
Really? You have to move around to get it
Move
coming.
around. And I mean, you get up because there's like little things in each room, like a little, thing up in the corner. With these sensors. So you should be able to march around. He worked from here and it was fine for people like that. But it didn't work here. Not when you got dogs.
Right.
So I didn't push it to get it fixed because when we did before then, we had cameras up. He would say, "Well, who came to the house today?" "Well, they were here working on such and such." And, well, Scott came to the house 4 times today. Okay. So what?
Right. All right. I don't think I have anything else for now. Let's go up there and I guess see what's going on. I don't know what everybody else is doing and where we're needed or what is needed.
What happened?
You know, our job is just to determine if a crime is committed. So they'll be down there collecting evidence and doing everything. We have our crime scene investigators here. Typically, and you just let me know if any of this is too much for you, because I have to talk in, my terms to try to make it clear, and some people don't handle it well. Typically, we respond to a death, we have a body, and we can look at the body, and we can say, this guy's got this medical history. There's no holes in it. There's no cuts. Most likely, it's medical related. And then if there's any further questions, we can send them down to the GBI crime lab and they do their autopsy and they can tell us for sure, yes, it was a heart attack or yes, it was a stroke or whatever. We don't have that in this situation. So there's a lot more forensics involved in it, and I don't know how much, that's all their expertise, not mine. So the remains will definitely have to be sent off to be tested, because one thing we definitely have to do is positively identify him and make sure that the remains we found on him. They'll do that through the DNA testing. So, all that, I don't know how long all that takes, because they'll go down to Atlanta, to Panthersville, to the GBI Crime Lab headquarters down there, and that's where they do all that stuff. So, we'll be out here for several hours just because, and you see there's our crime scene truck arriving on the scene, but we only get one shot to collect everything we need and, do what we need to do. If we leave here and it pours down rain tonight, we can't really come back tomorrow if we miss something. So that's why it takes so long.
It rained here yesterday.
Yeah. Well, and that's fine. That's fine. It rained last night. I mean, it is what it is, but from this point forward, we've got to do what we've got to do.
No, that burn was, have you been down there?
Yeah.
It was as big as that.
Saw it.
And,
And it's still smoking. It's still hot.
oh yeah, it's still hot.
Even after it rained. How much did it rain last night here, do you know?
I have no idea.
So I know when I woke up this morning, in Ballground, my car was wet in the driveway and all that. So I know it rained last night. I just didn't know how much.
I have no idea because the sprinkler system went off last night. So I just didn't. And like I said, I had 2 little girls here this morning. So I know that seems odd.
I've been doing this job a while, and it's not as uncommon as you probably think it is. You see it. I wouldn't say all the time, but I've ran across it multiple times where, it may not be to the extreme. Sometimes it is different levels, different bedrooms. I know people personally that sleep in different bedrooms, so.
Like I said, I begged him and begged him. Please don't tell me. It was almost like he had a thing.
So something just popped in my head. You were very concerned about him watching the fire and then didn't see him for a few days. Did you go check on the fire yourself, or?
Oh yeah, we've all been down there. Yeah, we have. And then when Amanda and I went back today, it was just smoldering. And I asked Scott, I said, did you throw one of the goats on there or something? Maybe one died, because we have several of them. Did you throw a goat on there or something? Because it was just something that just looked, it was like one big ball of just, And I said, did you throw a goat on there or something? And he went over there and looked and did. He said, no, but that doesn't mean Daddy, didn't. But then he really looked. And I will say, he actually took his stick. It was like,
Mhm.
tell me if I could go for college or anything. I mean, he took off. It's not calling. Nothing.
But even the day before, y'all had been down there checking on the fire, and just
Well, I would just walk out here like I said, I wasn't here. I mean, it was late Tuesday before he said it.
and then you
And
weren't
then
here all day
yesterday,
Wednesday.
and then I wasn't here most of the day yesterday.
But you could just walk it on the deck and
I
look,
can walk out, yeah, I could
make sure the woods weren't on fire. Just
make sure the woods weren't on fire. It was basically all that I did. Now, this morning, we walked all over them, everywhere. I mean, we just glanced at it. Yep, it's burn pile, still burning. And it's still burning. And, this door right here goes to the master bedroom. It's right here, so I can walk out that door. Just walk out and look at it. It goes all the way around.
Okay.
And I just walk out and glance over there and go, oh, thank goodness the barn, the woods are not on fire. And so we can't burn raised woods now, because actually, from that fence right there, there's another man's property, and it actually comes up to the back of the house, and he lives down on Birmingham. And so we can't set raised woods on fire. But you can tell there's a big tree that's under the burn pile. The last time he burned it, he got the tree on fire.
So when y'all went down to the burn pile, you noticed the remains, and
I just thought it was, and
You
that's
thought about
when
it,
that's when I said, Scott, did you throw a goat on here? And I said, or did we have one to die? Because it was not unusual. If we've got a bunch of babies, and it would be unusual for, like I said, Tuesday night, Gary was gathering everything that was not nailed down, and there was a box that he had gotten a little jumper thing for Olivia, and he was like, I said, no, do not burn. Well, I noticed yesterday that the box was gone. So, and then when we came in yesterday, the goats were out, the pigs were out, everything was out. So I called Scott and said, if you've been here to let everything out, because thinking he can maybe come in for a minute and then left. He said, no, it's great. They just let them out, no matter how long, because they'll get up here and eat everything. So I know at some point in time he left them out yesterday. I'm assuming that doesn't mean that he did. They could have gotten out. I don't know. I don't know. I should have gone down and checked on him yesterday, but when I was blowing off everything, the fan was going in that bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought, well, he's up now.
All right. My sergeant has sent me a message saying that I am needed, that we can take a break for a little while. So let's go up here and we'll see if we can get you some water and see what's going on, okay? You have any questions? It's understandable. None of us want anything more than to him come walking over that hill. And then we have to figure out who that is down there, but we still wouldn't be.
Well, so I keep saying,
Was he, did he always have his phone on him, or did he leave it places?
He would leave it. No, he didn't care for them all the time.
So it's possible the phone's in the basement, maybe just died. The battery just ran out. Because they only last a couple of days. Okay. We know when we.
I know Scott and I went up to Cherokee Ranch to eat Tuesday. Mm-hmm. And he was sitting, I don't know if you've ever been in. He was sitting in the first booth, and he go in. And she just sitting there and we got up. We didn't. But he was sitting in a booth that didn't have like table on either side. There's a wall. I mean, there's a table and a booth side. And he got up and came. He walked by Scott and I never opened his mouth. You know. But that wasn't usually. I mean, Scott and I pick up Cherokee. I mean, we go up Cherokee. If I go up there, I like you. And I would ask Maxine who works out there, does he ever talk to anybody when he goes in here, or does he just like have his phone or Scott has? Anybody, I mean, like, it's like, well, I mean, Scott usually, he'll sit in there and teach me how to decide.
All right. Well, let me walk you back up here. And I'll see if I can get some more information and see what's going on, okay? What kind of cigarettes did he smoke? Do you know the brand? And nobody else here smokes? Scott does. He smoke the same kind? Don't know. Oh, okay.
Maybe here started firing the basement, started smoking that day. Do I know he smokes? Yes.
Gotcha.
He knows how to feel about it.
Right.
So,
My sergeant's down here. I'm going to go walk and find him. It looks like, I don't know if that's...
my friend's water out of
I'll let him go. Thank you.
and then there's 2 pieces of water here.
Okay. I'll be right back, okay? I see there's somebody talking to that gentleman there. I believe it's your daughter.
All right, let's break for 10 minutes.
Sergeant Hayes, after you were done speaking with Miss Farris, did you continue to interview individuals on scene?
I did.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the interview we just heard. Throughout the interview, did Miss Farris ever pause to compose herself?
She did not.
Did she ask you a question, any questions throughout the interview?
Not really.
Did you ask her about their financial situation?
I did not.
Did you have to redirect her to your original question?
I did.
And at one point you said the time, early on in that interview, it was about 2:35 p.m., I believe is the time that you stated.
Mm-hmm.
And that interview was about an hour and 20 minutes.
That's correct.
And at that point in time, nobody knew that there was a projectile found anywhere in the property or in the remains themselves, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In fact, you tried to end the interview. What happened when you tried to end the interview to go about your other duties?
Miss Farris continued to talk.
So that was between 2 and 3:30 on the 5th.
Correct.
And the 911 call was around 1 p.m., a little after 1 p.m.
Correct.
So after you interviewed Miss Farris, who did you speak with next?
I believe I spoke with Amanda next.
And then who did you speak with?
Emily.
At one time before you spoke with Melody Farris again, did the anthropologist arrive on scene?
Yes.
And at that time, was the projectile found in the remains?
Yes, after they arrived on scene and she began her excavation, I guess you would call it. So,
Do you know if you had knowledge at the time of the projectile found in the basement?
I did not.
You did not have knowledge, or you didn't know if you had knowledge?
I don't believe I had knowledge of the projectile in the basement. I believe the projectile on the bones was found first.
And so at that time, after, well, tell the jury a little bit about when the projectile was found in the bones and what your next step was after that.
I wasn't down near the burn pile when the projectile was found. I believe I don't remember if I was called or texted or how I was notified, but I was notified of it, and obviously that changed the path of the investigation. We knew now that we had likely a homicide.
What was that? Around what time was that on the 5th?
It was in the evening. I know in the interview that I did, you could hear me say the crime scene van was pulling up. So our crime scene unit got on scene first. They went down and did their assessment and then realized they needed more expertise. So they called the forensic anthropologist. It took her a couple hours to get there because I believe she was teaching at Kennesaw when she got the call. So she had to finish what she was doing and coming. And it wasn't long after they found the bullet that I interviewed Miss Farris again. I believe that interview started after 9:30.
Okay. And where were you when you spoke with Miss Farris again?
I approached Miss Farris at the scene. We were all still there and told her I needed to speak to her again. I asked her if she, by this time it was dark. We'd been outside. It was hot, all day. It was getting dark. There were a lot more people on scene, so I didn't think there would be a good private, quiet area outside due to all the activity. The stuff going on there. So I asked her if she would go with me, follow me to the Free Home Precinct, which was just a few miles away.
What county is the Free Home Precinct in?
Free Home Precinct is in Cherokee County. It's one of it's the office that those deputies that work in the area of the county work out of.
Describe where in the Free Home Precinct you went and spoke with Ms. Farris.
So the Free Home Precinct is a big building, but all of our precincts are attached to fire departments. When you walk into the main door of the precinct, you have what we call the day room. It's an area with counters with computers and things for the deputies to do their work. On the outside walls, there's offices for supervisors. We can go into a hallway where there's a bathroom for the area, and then there's what's called a community room. In the community room, members of the community can rent it. I don't even think it costs money. I think you can just reserve it and go use it at birthday parties or whatever. So I went in this room, and all the tables and chairs have been put up. I think I pulled a single table out and a few chairs. Pretty large room, probably 20 by 20 or so. And I set the table up kind of in the middle so we'd have a private, quiet place to talk.
Who was with you when you spoke with Melody, if anyone? Who was with you when you spoke with her the second time?
I interviewed her alone. There were other deputies there at the precinct. I know other family members came with her to the precinct, and they sat in that day room area or outside in their vehicles.
And I know we discussed this a little bit yesterday, but she arrived with other family members?
Correct.
Did you drive her?
No.
She rode with other family members?
That's correct.
And did you also ask Mr. Scott Farris to come to the Free Home Precinct?
I did.
And at that point, when you began your interviews with Melody and Scott, at this time, had you received any sort of digital evidence?
I don't believe so.
Had you received any, were you able to confirm or any information that Ms. Farris had given you at this point?
No.
Were you able to confirm any information that Scott Farris had given you at this point?
No.
Did you have bank account records?
No.
Did you have, had you spoken to friends of any of the family at this point yet?
No, the only people we've spoken to were people who were on scene.
So it's fair to say you were a little bit limited in your knowledge at this point when you were continuing to speak with the family.
That's correct.
Okay. At this time, the state moves to tender Hayes 2.
No objection.
I just want to talk to you again to try to see if you can clarify some things for us that just, talking to different people, that they think different things are important. And We have information that there was probably about a month and a half ago that there was another firearm found in your house, seen in your house, and you said that all there should be is a shotgun. Are you aware of any other guns in the house?
Yeah, there's a shotgun and there's a 22 that's at the house.
Like a 22 rifle?
Yes.
Okay. But no other guns?
No.
Was your husband an avid shooter? Did he like to go shooting?
Yeah, he did.
Where would he go? What would he do? Do you know?
He did do skeet shooting, dove hunting.
So he's more of a shotgunner, bird shooting type guy,
Yeah.
not a pistol or.
Yeah, I mean, there's, my dad had some pistols,
Mhm.
but now Scott has them, and I don't know what's left of them. I don't know. Scott took them, he was in the military, and Scott took them, and took them to Columbia, where he was. And supposedly the house got broken into, but now I do know that there was a pistol over the barn for a while, and I haven't seen it in a long time. Scott took it and put it away.
Do you remember what kind of pistol, what it looked like?
I
Or
have no idea.
don't have any
I
idea?
don't know anything about guns.
Is there anything else you can think of that you've thought of in the time that you've been out there that you overheard in conversation or anything like that?
Mm-mm.
They've been sifting through the remains in the ashes, and they have found a projectile and some bones.
Okay.
Does not appear to be self-inflicted.
Okay. So, I mean, do we know what kind or what?
Well, they have the projectile, so we're, like I've told some of your family, we're on the scene. We have very limited resources scientifically to do the tests and the measurements and the things that we need to do. So we don't know what caliber
Right.
at this time,
I mean,
but it's
like
going to
I
be
said,
easily determined.
Oh, I know there was a 22 at the house. It was at one point in time propped up in the garage out there in the corner by the garbage can. But then Gary had it after that, and I thought he put it in his closet when the girls, knowing that kids were coming.
But it wasn't a pistol.
No. But like I said, Scott's got several.
Okay. So Scott is the one that told us about a month and a half ago that he saw the pistol in the basement. The AT&T guy was there to do some repairs or to do something. He was trying to find the remote,
I don't know.
found the pistol. That pistol's not there anymore.
Well,
Where-
I didn't know anything
where it was.
about one.
Didn't know anything about a pistol. So you were the last one to see Gary alive on Tuesday night.
Right.
Did you hear any gunshot?
No, but there was a ton of, like fireworks and firecrackers and all kinds of stuff going off. And, Scott he left and, and I don't know where he was. I don't.
You don't know where Scott was?
No.
When he left?
Tuesday. I honestly can't remember whether that's when I don't know. He was at the lake, I think, but I don't know that either. He leaves and we don't know. And he's played golf 3 days this week.
Okay, where Scott was have to do with?
Well, I was trying to think as to, his coming and going and that kind of stuff as to, whether he would have seen, I don't know whether he saw him when he came in Tuesday night.
Well, he said he didn't because he called you at 11:30 because he saw the fire burning.
Yeah, but he was coming in the driveway at that time.
Okay. And at that point, you didn't know where Gary was?
Well, I thought he was in the basement. I've been out chasing the horses. And so I just came in, locked up the house. I talked to him as he was driving in the driveway because I was taking the RTV at the barn and parking it in the. I mean, I don't know whether Gary had any other handguns or not. I don't know. And I don't know how many that Scott has.
So given the history of, just talking to everybody, it doesn't seem like he was depressed and suicidal. He's never had any violent tendencies.
No.
The location of where the wound was received on the body from the evidence that we can tell is not a typical self-inflicted place to shoot yourself.
Where was it?
It was in his rib cage. That's the one that we have found so far.
Right. I don't know. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I don't know what to think.
So he has no enemies or friends according to anybody,
He's a lawyer.
right? A corporate real estate lawyer. So
Yeah, he's a corporate real estate lawyer.
Yeah. There's nothing missing from the property that anybody's reported.
No.
You weren't harmed. You were in the house.
Yeah.
It was just you and him there. Scott possibly out in the barn.
Right. No, but I don't know anything. But I mean, like I said, the basement was Gary's domain.
Mhm.
We rarely even went down there. I mean, I'd go through and collect dishes and, that kind of stuff. I occasionally go in there and check on him, and no, I don't know.
So you don't know how he received at least one gunshot wound.
No, I do not.
Any feuds with the boys lately?
He and Scott would get into it pretty heavily. I mean, they'd come to blows just over things because Gary was so anal about everything. Scott's hot. He's hot tempered. There is no doubt. He's very hot tempered. But, Chris, we've had our rounds with him of stealing money. Now, are you the one that I talked to earlier?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you and I talked on the back deck there.
But, other than that, we've had, like I said, we've had rounds for stealing money. To the point of Chris is just, we didn't know what to do with him.
Mm-hmm. So let me go back over. We went over your activities those days, and we didn't really pin any times down. And I know you may not be able to remember exact times, but we kind of need to pin down pretty much where everybody was at all times from, the last time Gary was seen alive until today at noon.
Right.
So Tuesday is when you spent the day.
Yeah, I was at the house getting ready for the girls to come, Ellen and Eddie to come. Chris and Addison came, but I have no idea what time that was. Maybe 5:30, 6 o'clock.
That was in the evening?
Yeah.
This is on Tuesday, correct?
It was on Tuesday.
Chris brought Addison over.
Chris brought Addison over because he had taken Ella over to a friend's house that she had made since.
Mm-hmm. Right, after that?
I went in and was sitting on the sofa in the study with the dogs. And then he said something about one of the horses was out.
Who did?
Gary did. And we discussed about dinner. Was I cooking? Was I not cooking? Was I, whatever. And after that, I went out and chased 2 horses for, a while. One of them had gotten off the property. And I honestly don't know because I know, and I don't know what time Scott came in that night. But I talked to him. I don't know. And he discussed, he said, I see the fire's going. I said, yeah, and I told him he had to watch it.
And about what time did you say he started the fire?
It was sometime, it was after Chris was there, I think, but I don't know that for sure.
So Chris got there between 5:30 and 6. About how long did he stay?
30, 45 minutes, I guess. But I don't know how long he had been there when I saw that he was there, because he didn't come into the house, but I saw him out the driveway. And then we went over to the barn. And because Addison wanted to see all the animals and stuff. And then he left. And Addison was the one to stay, and Chris wouldn't let her stay.
So Addison was wanting to stay the night.
Yeah.
Chris wouldn't let
And
her.
Chris wouldn't let her.
So, sorry, my phone is. So between 5:30 and 6, Chris gets there with Addison,
Mm-hmm.
and y'all spoke in the driveway. Or did he ever come in?
I don't think he ever came in.
Don't think he ever came in. He was there 30 to 40 minutes, and y'all just spoke in the driveway about what were y'all talking about?
Well, Gary and Chris were talking in the driveway. And then when I walked out, it was like it stopped. Just no discussion of anything. No, it ended.
Mhm.
And of course, I was talking to Addison because she had just flown in from Maine. And so she and I walked to the barn, and Chris went in his truck, and Gary came up on RTV.
Came up to the barn from the
To
house.
the barn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then what happened?
Addison and I walked down to the pond and said, "Are any baby ducks?" And Chris followed us down there, and she wanted to know if was go see Olivia while they were here. And I said, "Well, I don't know." I said, "She was just here this last weekend. I don't know." And Chris said, "Oh, well, I don't know whether you get to see her or not." I mean, because Chris was just avid that, I don't know, he was acting weird or weirder than what he usually does. And I said, "Well, just call me if you want anything." Well, she can't talk. No. I mean, it was just, and I said, "Well, where is Ella?" And Chris said, "Well, it's none of your business." Well, yeah, it is. And so Addie said, "Well, she's staying with Emma." And I said, "Well, where are they staying at?" And she said, "Well, there was Beth, or Emma's mom." And I said, "Beth?" And she said, "Yeah." And I said, "Oh, she's fresh out of the jail. She cannot go there and stay." And I said something to Chris about, "You do not need to leave her over there." And he just brushed it off as, "Well, you don't know what you're talking about." I said, "Yeah, I do know."
Okay.
She's been in and out of jail several times here lately over, dispute with an ex-boyfriend, and she doesn't need to be over there. And she's been over there up until today.
Mm-hmm. So y'all got a dispute over that, and that's when he decided he wasn't even going to let Addison stay with you? Or was there ever a...
There wasn't really a dispute. I mean, it was just, he knew that I was upset with him because he had charged a condo at the beach.
Right. So he and Addison left.
And Addison left.
So this would put us at about 6:30ish.
Like I said, I have no idea. I mean, along in that time frame.
6:30 to 7. You and Gary did walk from the barn because Chris left from the barn, right?
I walked back over to the house.
You walked back up.
Yeah, I walked back up because I had the dogs with me.
How did Gary get there?
RTV.
He rolled RTV back.
Yeah, he never walks. And he came in. Like I said, we discussed dinner. And after that, I never saw him again. But that's not unusual either.
When did you discover that he went outside to start the fire? You said it was after Chris had left.
Yeah, it was after Chris had left.
How did you discover it?
Well, I had walked outside just to shake a rug and some stuff out there, and I was like, all right, he's got the fire started.
Okay.
And so I told him that night when we were discussing dinner and stuff, I said, you cannot go off and leave that fire. You cannot do it.
So he started the fire before you guys discussed anything.
It was long about the same. I mean, I don't know. I mean, when we were in and out discussing all that, I mean, I'm brain dead by this time. But yeah, I mean, at some point in time when we were discussing the dinner and that kind of stuff, I said, why did you start that fire? And, well, what difference does it make? Well, because it's dry, it's 4th of July, it's, I can give you 100 reasons. You set my house on fire once before. And I just told him, I said, Gary, you've got to watch that fire. But even that night when I was out chasing horses and stuff, I mean, it was blazing like,
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you guys discussed dinner, had a discussion about the fire. You told him he needed to watch it, and then he walked off, or
Yeah, he just went down the basement.
went down to the basement, and then what did you do?
I stayed in on the sofa with he said something about, he said, oh, by the way, the horse is out. So I got up to go see and got Rebel in, the older horse. The donkey was not out. So I went back in and then realized then that I went back out to check on him again. And because I had to go put Luke and Leroy up, the 2 dogs in the barn. And realized that the other 2 horses were out. So I had to leave the property
To go get the horse.
to go get the horse.
So then you finish all that up. You still not seen Gary in all this time?
No.
And you go back to the house after you're finished?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what'd you do?
Went inside, took a shower, got dressed, went in there and stayed with the dogs in the study, which is on the back side. Like if you go into my house, it's on the back side of it.
Mm-hmm.
And stayed in there with the dogs. And then, I kept going back out and checking the horses, but I just went out the front door and walked down the driveway, and back there. And then when Scott came in, I called Scott and said, how much longer are you going to be till you get home? Well, I'm almost there. Well, then we talked later on, and I'm thinking, why is this taking him so long? To get home. And finally I said, look, I need some help getting, walking up all, everything, how much longer you will be. I'm almost there. You got just very angry, very. I said, I don't know. I don't know what time that was.
Shoot a text. They're looking for you.
They're looking for me?
Yeah, they needed you and Trent back.
I don't have any that say they need me back.
Hmm?
I don't have any that said they
He
need
sent
me.
me a text that said that they needed you back. Trent back and you back. I'll call them and verify it real quick and let them know what you're doing and see if you still want you back right now.
Yeah, is that Lee?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. So it's pretty late. Was it pretty late by this point?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you had a phone conversation with Scott.
Yeah.
And what did that entail?
It was just, you'll be home. Look, I've got, the horses are upset, the dogs are upset. Luke and Leroy are having a meltdown at the barn. Just typical, what we do, 9 days out of 10 with each other. Scott, when you be home, I'll be right there. And, 2 hours later, he may show up.
Okay. So when he got home finally, did he let you know he was there? Or?
I saw him on the driveway.
Okay. Did you call him or he called you?
He called, yeah. That was when he said, we discussed about he said, I see he's got the fire going. I said, oh yeah. And, he said, which gate did they get out of and how they get out? I don't know, Scott. They're just out. I put them back in and locked the gates up.
Okay. So, and by this point, it's pretty late. Do you have a guesstimate of what the time was?
I would probably say 10:30. But I don't know that for sure.
And did you go to bed soon after that, or what did you?
Oh, yeah. Like, immediately. Because, like I said, the two dogs were having just, meltdowns. I just pulled them in bed with me. And
Time did you wake up the next morning?
this guy came to the house at about 6:30. He called me, he said, I'm coming over to the house to get the debit card. So I got up, gave him the debit card. And he went and got cash. Or I said he went and got cash. And then he came back.
Okay. And then what did you do?
And then I actually went and crawled back up in bed, fixed something to eat, crawled back up in bed and lay there for, a while. And went to the barn to go feed the baby goat, and feed Leroy, and, that kind of stuff. And,
Do you have any idea what time you went out to feed the goats?
no idea.
So you got up at 6:30. You think it was an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours after you?
Maybe 2 hours. I don't know that for sure. I got up and got started, and I talked to Amanda at some point in time. And because I was supposed to stay home. And she said, well, let's go lay them there, And she said, Cameron, and I said, well, I don't think Addie's going to come because I don't think Chris will let her. And she said, yeah, Chris has been pulling my phone up, and, Cameron's been texting, Addie and, that kind of stuff. So, I left. And like I said, we didn't get back until.
What time did you leave to go to the lake? You remember?
No idea.
Afternoon, before noon?
It was probably before when we left. Like I said, I thought he was up because I had the blower going and blew off the driveway and, up the upper deck, and then you go down below and blew all that off. And because the fan in that bathroom was blowing and you could smell smoke coming out, at that time.
Mm-hmm. So when you left at around noon-ish to go to Lake Lanier Islands,
Right.
or Lake Lanier, you didn't see or hear anything from Gary.
Yeah, but that's not unusual either. Especially on his day off. It's nothing for him to sleep till very late. Especially when he was having those spells, as we call them. He'd sleep till, sometimes all afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
But it was not, and like I said, it's nothing unusual for him to sleep very, very late. And to go down to his office and go to, stay in there for hours and hours doing documents. And I noticed that the door was open very much to his office, still didn't think, and I just reached and closed it. Blew everything off, went to put the blower up, and I was gone. So, I just assumed, I thought he's up. Didn't think anything about it.
Where did you go when you left the house? Where's the first place you went?
Target.
Which Target did you go to, you remember?
The Little Marketplace in Cumming.
Then you went from there to the lake. And what time did you leave there? Do you remember?
It was by the time we got out of there. It was probably, because I had Cameron, it was probably 6-ish when we left there. And Amanda, we called her and told her that I said, I'm home. We had gotten home. I have no idea. And like I said, I came in, I was busy with girls and getting, them situated and settled. And Chris came to the house and brought Addison.
But you were there when he
brought Addison.
Yes.
So if you left the lake at 6-ish, how long does it take you to get there from there to home?
A good hour or more.
So we're looking at home at about 7. And you took the girls in. We took the one girl in that you had already.
Right.
And started getting ready just for the evening. And Chris showed up with Addison.
With Addison.
And dropped Addison off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then what'd y'all do from there?
Well, we went over to the barn and I fed and just kind of took care of everybody over there. And then I actually had gone to the barn to feed and I saw Chris pull in with Addison. So I just went back to the house. And, we discussed about Addie had actually a salad from Wendy's. And I said something to Chris and he just blew me off. And I said, look, I need to know what the plan is. What are you going to do tomorrow? What are you going to do? And he said, well, what does it matter? Well, I need to know. I've got, the girls here.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, it just doesn't matter. Well, okay. And so he just left. So then with them, it was, okay, we've got to get you all, what bed are y'all going to sleep in tonight? What are you going to do? What are you going to, And I told them, I said, please do not leave this house. Do not leave. And they wanted to go back over to the barn and stuff. And I said, well, it's fine. Remember, stay out of the pasture, stay out of everywhere. And so anyway, we went back to the barn, did around, and finally, I guess it was about 8:30, 8 o'clock or so. I told him, I said, look, y'all got to get a shower and get settled in for the night. I said, I have been too hot today at late, up there. And I was in bed for about 8:30. And I told him, I said, look, remember, I know, so I typically sleep with my bedroom door shut just to keep the dogs in. And I had left it open, put the dog gate up. I said, remember, I can hear you if you leave. And they promised to settle in, wouldn't be on their phones, wouldn't be,
You said Addison is how old?
11, should be 12 and older.
And what was the other one's name?
Cameron.
And she's how old?
I think 11, 10.
And both of these girls are whose daughters?
Chris, my oldest son, Addison is his, Cameron is Chad, the one that's out here.
Oh, okay. So she is your soon-to-be step-granddaughter. Okay. So you're in bed by 8:30, and you sleep all night, or?
Yeah, I'd wake up every once in a while, just, okay, have I heard them? And I remember hearing them in the kitchen at some point in time, but it's like, okay, they're in the kitchen, and.
But at no time, you didn't get up and go down, or?
No.
Right. So about what time did you get out of bed the next morning? Which would be this morning, right?
Yeah. I got up and checked on them probably about 8:30. And they were both upstairs asleep, and I went upstairs and turned out all the lights. They had all the lights on upstairs, and I went up and turned.
You're good, Eddie. You're good to stay.
All right.
Went upstairs and turned out all the lights, and lowered the air conditioner because it was hot up there, and I, lowered it down, and I don't know what time that they got up. I basically got up, fixed me something to eat, and I thought, I'm just gonna curl back up in the bed for a while and just, chill. And I talked to Amanda, and she was on her way over, and she said actually at that time she said, I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna get ready and come over. And Addie and Cameron were wanting to, they said, well, we're Big Daddy. I said, well, he should be down there in the basement. Did you not see him? And they said, no. And I said, well, did you look at the barn? No. I said, well, go look at the barn and see if he's over, you know. Well, then Amanda got there, and then Scott came over not long after she'd been there. We were just sitting out on the front porch talking. And we discussed, I said, is your daddy over at the barn? And he said, no. And I said, are you sure? Because he's not here. Well, then that's kind of when we started looking. And Amanda called his cell phone, went immediately to voicemail. And I went out and looked in his car, found his wallet in the console of his car. So it was stashed in there with all his cigarettes. And I mean, we started, you know, just looking for him. I called his secretary. I even called Emily and Franklin to see if she could talk to him. And she said, because Amanda suggested, you know, well, she said, you know, would he left town? And I said, well, his travel CPAP machine is gone. And I said, so he very well could have left. And not, because he never tells anybody. I said, but his car's here, so that didn't make any sense. And I said, you know, do you know when they were planning on going to the beach? Because Gary had just said he was going to go with Chris this time. He wasn't taking another trip on our dime and not go with him. And he had wanted both of us to go. And I said, no, because that's just feeding into his thing of taking money if we go. And he said, well, what if, you know, we take the girls and go down there? And I said, well, no, that's fine. But Chris is not going to let those girls go without him, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, we just left it. You know, Gary said, yeah, you're probably right. He's not going to. He's not going to let him go.
So you guys couldn't find him this morning. You started searching.
So we started searching. Yeah. Scott and I got on the RTV, went everywhere. Amanda and we just walked down the hill. And I mean, you know, walked right by that fire pit. I mean, by that burn pile. And we walked right straight down that hill. And I said, look, the property ends right here, you know, where the fence is. So we didn't even walk all the way down there. I mean, we get to see that there wasn't anything. We've been back up. Scott and I had been, like I said, in the RTV. We pulled down, you know, on the dam down there and backed up. And you know, we'd been everywhere, you know, just to see if he walked off or if he, you know, whatever. And Scott and him rode up on the road to check at the top of the top pasture, you know, up there. And then we all went back. And then Scott was, you know, because you know, we discussed about, you know, a goat being put on the burn pile or anything like that.
Is that something y'all done before? Or?
Yeah, Scott, yeah, we have a baby goat or something like that to die, you know, Scott would just put it on the burn pile and burn everything.
When's the last time y'all had to do that?
What?
Burn a baby goat or something?
Oh, I have no idea. No idea.
When was the last time that burn pile had been burned at all?
I don't know. I mean, it's been several months. Because I just wouldn't let him burn it. As I said, everything, you and Scott both take everything and put it on that burn pile. I mean, everything. And it had just gotten so big and so whatever. And I said, it's just dry. You know, it's too dry. And, you know, like I said, and all of a sudden it's burned.
Okay. So that pretty much narrows down your time frame and where you were and what you were doing and who you were with. So that was what I was.
And Scott called me after he got through playing golf. And he said, got through playing golf, and I said, what are you going to do? And he said, well, I'm going to go on up to the lake, but I won't be there long. And like I said, then it was, you know, late when he got home. And I'd actually tried to call him a couple of times and he didn't answer. Trying to, okay, thought you were going to be home at a reasonable hour, you know. And he wasn't.
Mhm.
But that's not unusual either.
Right. All right. Do you have any more? How do you want to tell them about the projectile of the bullet? You want me to tell them? You want to tell them?
Does Scott know?
No. You're the first one.
I guess we'll bring them all in and tell them together.
Okay. One other piece of business. I am going to, your cell phone is in the search warrant, so I'm going to need to take your phone and we'll forensically analyze it just to look for evidence inside of it. Do you have it? Is it in your pocket? Yeah. I'll go ahead. If you want to cut that off. Is it password protected?
It is.
Will you give me the password? Or do you want to turn the password protection off?
No, you just give me the password.
Okay.
I mean, do you have a search warrant for this?
They have it. I don't know who has a copy of it, but it is in the search warrant for all electronic devices.
I mean, do I need to get an attorney?
That's up to you. It's one of your rights.
Well, I know Eric Durlacher, he called this afternoon and he's like, well, you know, y'all be careful. Don't do anything that, I mean, you know.
Mm.
I mean, has Scott implied that I would have done something?
No.
I mean, I would have never, ever hurt you. Never.
The unfortunate thing is somebody did, and we
Sure.
don't know who did, and it's our job to determine that. So we have to go through our common standard procedures. I mean, you're the spouse. We have to do everything in our power to rule you out or to rule you in, you know.
Right.
So, and in today's day and age with technology, cell phones are one of the biggest pieces of evidence. So it's common procedure. They're included. We take them. We analyze them. We can get it back to you pretty quickly.
I stopped it at 37:38.
We'll sign there. That's just you turning the phone over to me. I'll give you a copy.
I mean, did we get a copy of the search warrant?
Yeah. Will be left at the house. There should be multiple search warrants, so you'll get copies of each one. He's in there working on another one.
I was gonna say, but do we not get them like ahead of time? Or?
So this one is included in I'll see if he's got a copy of it with him. This will not be searched without the search warrant signed.
Okay.
So search warrant is signed to take it. I don't know if they included in that search warrant the actual search of the phone, because you can write a search warrant to take things, but then to actually go into this phone forcefully, we'll have to write another search warrant. Or if they included it all in one, it's done different ways by different people. So I don't know. I haven't read it. I was just given instructions that the search warrant was in place and that I needed to collect this when I talked to you here. Okay. Is there anything you want to disclose at this point in the investigation?
No.
Because at this point, it's a homicide investigation, and we're going to be at your house all night, and we're going to be really going through everything. So,
No. I mean, there's nothing.
nothing.
No.
Okay.
I
Do you
mean,
have any idea of anyone who would want to harm your husband?
No. I mean, like I said, Bruce has threatened me, but I don't know if he has threatened Gary or not. I mean, I don't know.
Mhm.
Like I said, he and Scott, we get into it a lot. But, and like I said, Scott is very hot-headed. I mean, even Amanda will, attest to that. I mean, she really got after him today. But hey, look, you can't, and you can't just blow up. You can't, we're going to have to stick together on this. This is awful. This is a life-changing event right here. This is, I'd like to think that Scott would have never done anything.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, he spent time in Iraq. And, I mean, like I said, I mean, he pretty much totes guns. I mean, he gets on them RTV a lot. But Scott will come and get that. I mean, we can have the RTV. I mean, he got very upset because Addison and Cameron wanted it today. And I mean, he was just flipping out. But he does, I mean, like I said, he hasn't worked since he got back from Iraq, except for a very short time, and he was fired from that job. And, I mean, you know, Gary's just allowed him to not work, just stay there.
Mhm.
I mean, it's pretty much, I mean, you know, I told him, I said, I mean, this man's got there all the time. I don't hardly leave and go anywhere. I don't do anything. I just stay there and work. You know, Scott and I will go to Cherokee and eat 2 or 3 times a week. And, you know, I don't know. I don't go anywhere. I mean, Jackie, that was down there earlier, she lives at the top of the hill. You know, just, and, you know, I'll see her on occasion and stuff. Like I said, I don't know what kind of guns that Scott had of my dad's.
I'm sorry, I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Oh,
You said you didn't know about all the
I
guns.
don't know what all.
Because-
No, I don't know what all Scott's got.
But if he had any, it'd be in his little apartment.
There's some in the tack room. Well, actually, in the feed room is where they are. They're hanging. And the last time that I saw that handgun was up above the cabinet. In the cabinet up there above, there's like a refrigerator kind of thing here, and it was up above it.
Do you remember what it looks like?
No, because I don't know anything about guns.
Do you remember color, the grip, any part of it?
No, but I mean, I know that he and I had a discussion about it. And I said, first of all, why have you got a gun? You know?
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I mean, he keeps them, you know, loaded. Now, there's a BB gun and I think it's actually up in the laundry room. And then there's a pellet gun that's in my closet. And like I said, there was I think it was a 22 that was in Gary's closet.
And that was downstairs. You said it was like a 22 rifle.
Yeah.
And that would be near the vanilla shotgun?
No, I think the shotgun, Scott took it and put it in the basement
The basement of.
of my house.
So is that not where Gary's bedroom is?
Yes.
Okay.
But he kept a closet upstairs with his clothes in it, in the master. And it was in there, propped up in there. And I took it and moved it over in the corner, back behind his clothes. But like I said, that's been some time ago. Then I moved it. But it was loaded. But Gary used to sleep a good bit with a loaded gun. But I think it was a 22 that he kept a lot. And I know at one time Gary had all my dad's handguns, but then I think Scott took them all from him. And I never did really know why that, you know, because I'm like, well, they were my dad's. And then, like I said, he told me that they were stolen.
Who told you that?
Scott did.
Why did he say that? Oh, you mean stolen in a break-in?
Yes.
Not like the guns were hot, stolen guns. I got you.
No.
He's claiming when he took them to Columbia. You said Columbia,
No.
South Carolina?
No, Columbus, Georgia.
Columbus. I thought you said Columbia. Okay. Columbus, Georgia, where
Columbus,
he was stationed.
Georgia, when he was there. Because when he came back from Iraq, he stayed in Columbus for a while. So he got out of the military. And because I asked him about it, and he said, well, that they had a break-in. And they had been stolen.
Did he file a report? Do you know? No. What year would that have been?
I don't know that either, because I don't know what year he got out. He did not go in until my mother had open heart surgery in 2007. And he went in, I don't know if it was the next year or the next. And honestly, I don't know if he was in there for 3 years. He got out early. He was not able to re-enlist, and I never did really understand why he got out earlier. I mean, he said that it was Obama had cutbacks and that kind of stuff.
Right.
And he got out. Now, I know that when we went down, he was in basic training, and we went down, and he was supposed to have gotten out for an afternoon and like a night or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And they did not release him to leave the base. And we just stayed on base with him. He said that he had gotten in trouble for saying that he was going to drive back to Atlanta and that kind of stuff. And I guess that was overheard by one of his sergeants. And they had kept him and didn't allow him to leave. And so we just stayed the afternoon and, drove back. And then he left for Iraq. I flew out, and he was actually in El Paso, Texas. And I flew out there to see him off here. He wouldn't go. And I flew out there to see him off. And then he came back. But honestly, I don't know what year that was that he got out.
Okay. Does he have any PTSD or anything from?
He's always been very hot-headed ever since he was born.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to the point that, he weighed 9'1" when he was born, and he was just a handful. And, he'd get mad if you dropped by hat. He came in he did come in last night. After he got back in last night, I was in bed, and he came in because I called him after we got home, and I said something. I said, all the goats were out. Did you let them out? And the pigs and everything, was out.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, no. And I said, okay. And I said, I'm just telling you, they're out. Well, he came over to the house, and he was
About them being out?
well, just about. You had gathered the eggs today, and, basically just chewing me, a new one.
Yeah.
And I said, what difference does it make if the eggs were gathered today?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter. It was, well, you need to do this tomorrow. You need to do that tomorrow because I've got plans. And that was when he came over to the house. I said, where are you going? And he said he was going to go with Ted, a friend of his, over to the PGA store and do something. And I said, really? You're going to be gone again today? And that's what, we
Set him off.
Yeah, set him off.
Hold on, Sarge. My supervisor's calling. Let me step out for just 1 second. I apologize. Do you need any water or anything?
Yeah, you got some.
I have to go in there and get some out of that, unless you want single. Well, that's my cup. I'll get you a fresh one. I'll be right back. I'm going to bring us some. So like I told you earlier, there were some, we've spoken to everybody. We've spoken to everybody multiple times, separately, together, everything else. But everybody's got a little bit different story and outlook on the family, the marriage, and everything. So
understand that at some point there was an allegation of an affair.
Yes. But, I mean, that's been our entire marriage.
Your entire marriage?
Yeah.
He has always accused you?
Always
Or
accused me.
why is that?
His dad did the same thing to his mother.
Mhm.
You know, if I talk to anybody, you know, oh, wait, thank you.
Well, man.
Oh, you know, he did. I mean, that would, you know, like I said, I think that's, I mean, I finally just got, you know, where I just stayed home all the time. Because if you went anywhere, if you did anything, if you talked to anybody, if you know, I mean, like if y'all had been there today and I'd had a conversation with you, oh, well, I know exactly where you're.
Okay. So there's one specific event, I guess it happened many, many years ago that everybody keeps referencing back to. I don't know if you know a specific one or if there was one that was a founded allegation, if you ever actually did or.
Well, it was with my sister-in-law's boyfriend
Mhm.
at the time, and you know, I was having to go up and stay with my mom a lot. She was in the hospital. She spent quite some time in the hospital, and you know, Gary was so sure, you know, and he was very helpful, very everything. Me and him and his sister rode horses a lot all the time, and you know, finally I was just you know, I won't talk to him anymore. I won't, you know, whatever. I mean, Sherry and I are still, I mean, you know, very close, very, you know.
Mhm.
She was like, look, you know, I'm sorry, you know, that he's felt this way, that he's done this way, you know. He said, you know, but no, it was never, you know, and once that I got to where that I wasn't, you know, like I said, I brought my mother home. It didn't work out for us to have her in our home, and she wanted to go back to North Alabama. So from that point in time on, I pretty much took somebody with me every time. You know, I didn't go alone. It was just, he sold my mother's house. I mean, I had trouble with him coming in, and he would go in and break in my mother's house and just tear everything up and, you know, that kind of stuff.
So there has been some violence in the past, because earlier we spoke and you said it was all
Well,
verbal.
I wasn't there.
Right.
You know, when he
Well,
did.
I mean, that's pretty violent to go in. That's, you know, retaliation or retaliatory to go in and.
Yeah, I know. He
Trash.
busted down my mother's back door,
Mhm.
kicked it in, tore the door off the hinges and that kind of stuff. And I did. I called the cops because not knowing at the time what had happened. And, you know, then he fessed up that, you know, he had done it. But that's been 10 years ago.
Mhm.
I mean, he did that. But it was nothing for, you know, that was, you know, I'd come in, you know, me and the girls would be out too long, you know, doing something, and he would come in and he would, you know, snatch all the clothes out of the closets and throw them down on the floor and just, you know.
Mhm.
So I ended that by going in his closet and, you know, I come in and everything would be torn up, and I just went in and yanked all the stuff out of it, and he never did it again. I mean, that's been 10 years ago.
And he's a pretty big guy. So, I mean,
He is a big guy.
if he wanted to hurt you,
Oh, he could. I mean, you know, if he wanted to, he could have.
but he's never laid a hand on you.
No, he's never laid a hand on me. Now, he would threaten a lot, but never.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Did he ever scare you?
Yeah.
So it almost seems like you lived on edge all the time.
All the time.
Fear.
Fear.
Never knew what was coming next
No.
from him.
But he could walk down to the basement and come back up 30 minutes later, you know, or whatever. And it was like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I
Mhm.
mean, he could be, everything was good sunshine and roses and whatever. And then it was, I mean, if you heard Gary, he would say that we lived in a pigsty. I mean, he was just, but like I said, he did not do it. It wasn't just me, it's everybody that he was very critical of. Very.
So is this phone, you said everything was in his name? Or the phones are in his name and everything?
Oh, that one is not. That one's a straight talk phone. Mine and my mother's is a straight talk phone.
Okay. So
Do you have any other cell phone?
No.
Talking to some other people, multiple people have said that they have seen you with another phone in
No.
in a different case.
I've never had, I do not have another phone.
Have you recently?
No.
Within the past 6 months?
No. Now, I had a friend of mine's cell phone for a while because she gave it to me. She said, look, because Gary, at that point in time, my phone was with AT&T and he could shut it down, turn it off, do, whatever. But he also would shut off the debit card.
Mm-hmm.
I'd go to the grocery store and it would work here, but then if you went another place, it wouldn't work. He had access to his phone to shut it down and turn it back on. But that was his control thing, Every day it was, you went here, you went there, you went whatever. What did you buy? What did you do? But then I could go, Scott and I would go to Lowe's and spend $300 and he wouldn't say a word about, that. But if you went to Kroger and spent $38, then
That was an issue.
that was an issue. So there was no rhyme or reason.
So what about the phone from your friend?
I gave that back to her some time ago.
Why'd she give it to you?
She said, just take it, and in case that he shuts your phone off, then that way you can have access to a phone, And I said, well, I'll just end that. I will, go to get a straight talk phone that he can, not shut it on and off.
So what was your friend's name that gave you this phone?
Sherry
Sherry, do you know her last name?
Cooper.
Is her number in your phone?
Yes.
Where does she live locally?
Well, she's actually in Ohio and Minnesota. Her son is does acting. And so she's traveling with him and has been for several months now.
So she used to live local. How were you friends with her?
She used to live right down the corner from us. If you went straight down the road and went down on the cul-de-sac, she lived down on the cul-de-sac.
How long ago was it that she gave you this phone?
It was toward the end of last year. I know, well, no. It was longer ago than that. I don't remember when it was. Because she got worried about him,
Worried about, what about him?
She said, I'm just scared that he's going to cut you off and you're not having access to anything. She said, he does it to you, he does it to the kids. Scott has nothing in his name either.
So she was just afraid that he would cut you off and you wouldn't be able to call for
And I
help.
wouldn't be able to call for help, wouldn't be able to call anybody, wouldn't be able to call.
Was she in fear that he might hurt you?
I think she had seen him, and of course me just saying, no, I can't go because he's being Gary, And she's like, look, I was at the grocery store and I called her one day and I said, well, he's cut the debit card off again. And she said, well, do you need me to come and pay for it? And I said, no, I've got cash. I had enough to get out of the grocery store. And he called Amanda that day because I had actually been with Sherry somewhere. And she and I had gone, I think, up to Apalachicola, up to whatever, Dahlonega, up in that area, hiking. And, she said, I talked to Amanda, told her where I was, that kind of stuff. And she's like, Daddy, I talked to her, she's with Sherry. You knew that. Well, I don't know that that's really where she,
So he never forgave you for...
he was never trusting of me, even before we got married.
Okay.
My parents owned a business, and he didn't let me work in there. He never allowed me to work outside the home. because I mentioned not, after Amanda got grown and I kind of got my mother settled and, that kind of stuff. I said, Gary, I enjoyed working when I'd go home and work for my parents. No, it makes me look bad for you to do that.
Do you remember, just one more quick question about that phone? Do you remember what color it was or what kind of case it was in or what it was like?
It was a straight talk phone.
Just another straight talk phone.
It was just another straight talk because she actually had 2 phones. She was going through a divorce at the time.
So why does she have 2 phones? Same type thing?
She was going through a divorce.
So she'd keep one like straight talk and then one regular? Or?
I think they were both straight talk that she had. And I knew, she talked me into going and actually talking to her attorney about because nothing was in my name. And, she said, I'm worried that she was going through a divorce this time. And she said, I'm worried that, if something happened to him or anything, you're going to be left with nothing. I mean, nothing. And I said, well, I guess I'll worry about that. She said, look, go and talk to him and just tell him, see what you can do, see what, whatever. And she went with me. And, he basically said, well, you can file and get a legal separation. But other than that, he said, I can't tell you anything that you're going to have to do. Well, Gary found out about it that I had gone and talked to an attorney. Of course, he was just belligerent, How dare you tell somebody else about our problems? I mean, he had actually filed for divorce back 10 years ago. Mm. And his thing of it was that, I won't leave you, but I will make it hard enough on you that you will pack and leave. And I said, I'm not packing and leaving. It's not happening. I said, you go and you do what you want to all the time. And I'm here. And you've met her, where, I've got a child here with me all the time. But, it just worked out better. As long as I stayed home, I didn't go anywhere, I didn't do anything, he was fine with it. Like I said, he lived his full separate life and, he come and go as he pleased, he, stay out late, he, disappear off. I said, you have a whole nother set of rules. Mm-hmm. But, like I said, I took a, vow we were going to stick it out through thin, thick and thin. And even in our other house, we had 2 sets of staircases. He used one, I used the other one. I stayed in one end of the house, he stayed in the other end of the house.
Wow. So, you've 38 years of marriage? You said?
39 in September.
39 in September. And you said the entire marriage has pretty much been one version of this or another. And it's gotten, the last 10 years has gotten worse, I'm assuming.
Actually, when my daddy died, it was in 97. And he told me then, he said, I literally come in on Tuesday after we buried him on Sunday. He said, you don't have anybody to watch your back for you anymore, do you? And I said, what are you talking about? And he said, you don't have anybody to watch your back. So it pretty well, after that point in time, I think he knew that Daddy was gone and he wasn't gonna, that was it. Mm. And, you get along with him great for a while and then he just disappears off. He just kind of, like I said, he's very much of a loner. He has no friends except for the firm. And, he'll go on skeet shoots and dove shoots and that kind of stuff occasionally. We used to go to the bankruptcy seminar down at the beach all the time, and he never wanted to go to those anymore. We would go to things that the firm had, and then he got to where he didn't want to go to those, the extracurricular, kind of stuff. Although this year, he would say, well, I've got a clerk event to go to. I said, well, that's different. And
But he didn't take you with him?
no, but I don't know necessarily that any of the spouses, I mean, it's a very large firm.
Mhm.
So I don't know that any of the spouses went or anything. We used to have what was called the after party in Birmingham at their office there, and he got to really go to those anymore. But there was an episode back a few years ago. It was that he got very drunk at the party and had to be carried out. And after that, he didn't want to go back anymore,
He didn't like looking that way in front of his
I guess.
colleagues, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you said he's a man that likes control, and he lost control of himself in front of other people.
Right.
Because from my understanding, he doesn't drink often.
No. But when he does, he does.
So you've kind of laid out a life of him keeping you down and bullying you, basically.
Yeah, but he did that to everybody.
Yeah. But you were like the one that he was supposed to love and build up, and you were in the house with him every day. And
Yeah, but
so, the kids could get away because they've got their own lives now. They've left.
yeah, except for Scott.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, basically they do. I mean, like I said, Chris has taken money. He broke in. I mean, he came in and took checks and, all that kind of stuff. I mean, I know Ella, when she was here, she came here and spent 2 weeks. They've allowed her to drop out of school. She goes to whatever, abbreviated school up in Maine. And the other grandmother couldn't keep her. And so she came and she said something about, well, I found one of Big Daddy's credit cards. It's on top of the refrigerator. Okay. I said, well, why don't you bring it? No, because he'll get mad. And like I said, I mean, when they were here last summer, she sent recordings of him. I mean, and they were absolutely, were scared of him. I mean, he would just get, belligerent with them. And they'd come and stay at the house with us, So, I mean, yeah, Gary, Scott, and Chris all have very high strung, for lack of a better word. But, I think in Amanda, she was kind of the one, I guess she and I are a lot alike. And so he just kind of basically pushed her, away. And she said, why do they all hate us? I said, well, you're the only one who didn't steal from him. I mean, Emily, the one that came in from Franklin today, he'd given her $3,000 this month. And he did tell me that. And then, I saw the thing where they, he'd given it, where he put it in her checking account.
When you said you were already on her house?
Yeah, me and him and her are on her house.
So.
And, like I said, her husband's been in and out of jail for stealing.
That's so sad because he seems like a great guy. Seems like a nice guy.
He's a con artist.
Everybody's got their inner demons. So, like I said before, you've kind of laid out a life of him bullying you, and I know you said he did it to everybody else, but you're in the house with him 24/7. You're there. He's kind of keeping you beaten down, and you can only take that for so long.
It wasn't. Like I said, I live in a very nice house.
Mm-hmm.
I have everything that I could possibly want. The fur coat, everything. I guess my biggest fear has been him, and I told him as he became more and more and more health problems, that I said, Gary, if something were to happen to you, what am I going to do? I said, I'm begging you to change this, because if something happens to you, I am majorly screwed. Majorly screwed. I said, because nothing is in my name. And I know he had canceled life insurance policy back a while back. And I said, I know where nothing is. Nothing. And when we bought the house, and when Emily bought that house, they tried to keep it from me. And by Tennessee law, I had to be there for them to close on that house. And it was my stipulation that my name was put on that house, or I'm not going to sign for him to, do the loan.
Right.
And Gary was very much in agreement for that. But it was between a rock and a hard place. We were down to the closing date of it.
Did that make him mad that you did that?
He didn't seem to, because, like I said, we were between a rock and a hard place, because she wasn't going to get the house. And then we were talking about, they were supposed to have already closed on the house. And I guess this came up about everything that was on Chris's, they couldn't do the house with Chris's name on it. Chris couldn't be on the mortgage. Chris couldn't be on the insurance, because he has a felony against him. And not to mention the fact that he is in hock. He's paying over $500,000 in restitution for bad checks, for embezzlement, and all that.
Wow.
So, like I said, he was taken to jail on the day that they brought Libby home from the hospital. And I wound up staying 2 weeks up there, because he had to go back to court up there, because they got him on a fugitive warrant in Franklin. And then we're going to extradite him to Tuscaloosa. And I never knew what happened with that. She was, I'm not going to tell, So, I thought it's just easier just to let it go. She's not going to tell me the truth anyway. So, just let it go.
So, I'm really hoping you can fill in some blanks.
Okay.
I laid out, we found evidence that your husband was shot.
Right.
It happened on your property.
Right.
Possibly inside the house. And he's found burning in a fire in your backyard.
Right.
And the body is made of about 75-80% water.
Right.
So there is evidence that the fire was tended to, that he just didn't fall in it and got in that condition. There's some experts on scene that have been to house fires and found people inside blazing hot house fires that weren't deteriorated as bad as him. So an outside brush fire that's only going to burn hot for a few hours is not going to do that much damage.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I was gone all afternoon yesterday. So I'd like to think that Scott wouldn't have come back. But like I said, I went home. And I didn't go down there. I'd just go and look off the porch and see it. And that was it. Mm-hmm. Didn't think anything about it. Because he's done it several times. It was just like, the woods are on fire. I'm just hoping that they weren't. I know one time it got in the ground and it burned for a long time after it had gotten into the ground. Mm-hmm. But like I said, today when, all three of us were all over, that, walking around and doing and that kind of stuff. And, we had even pitched wood and stuff back into it. Today it was like there's a piece over here burning and there's a piece of, all three of us, picked up.
But you were concerned about the fire because you didn't want it burning because it was so dry.
Right.
And you never saw him tending to it.
Yeah. He was down there, but he'd go and,
But you didn't see him after.
He started the fire.
But I
on
I
Tuesday
told him to, watch it and stuff. Now, but he was awful. I mean, he was always bad about starting it and would just leave.
Right.
I know he started one. There's a big electrical box that sits, and back. That's probably a couple of years ago or more. He started a fire up there, and Scott called me, and he said, "Daddy started a fire up here by the electrical box." I said, "Put it out. It's all I know to do." I mean, he was just, and then like I said, then he started one in the house. Mm-hmm. And after
right,
that,
and that's what you explained to me this morning and today, that you've been so concerned with him starting a fire. But again, you were concerned with him starting a fire. You never saw him tending to it at all after Tuesday night. You were leaving and going to the lake and stuff with it burning, and you were throwing more wood on it.
Well, Amanda and Scott and I did that today.
Okay.
We just pitched it back up on, we just pitched it back in there. Because there was, like I said, it was laying all around the outside edges, of it. And we all, picked it up, pitched it back in there. I mean, even Scott, I said, "Scott, are you sure that's not?" "Oh, no, that's human." I said, "Scott, it doesn't look human to me. I think it, And he picked up the skull part of it. He said, "No, can't you?" And I said, he was adamant that it was human.
Mm-hmm.
And then he just took off, and I said, "Where are you going? What are you?" He's just like, "Whoa, whoa." And he got very upset with me. And I'm like, "Look, explain to me what this is. I don't even know what." And I said, "Scott, if you really think that that's what that is, we're calling 911. I'll do it." I said, and he's like, "No, I will call 911 and I will talk to them and I will,
Okay. So your statement is you didn't do anything to harm
No.
Gary.
No.
And you don't know who did.
I do not know."
And you never saw anyone down there tending to that fire.
No.
Whether it be Gary or someone else,
No.
to keep it burning.
I mean, like I said, it basically kind of looked like, it was still, smoking really bad, but I knew that it wasn't blazing, it wasn't doing anything. Like today, when y'all were down there, I'm like, "Oh, I smell smoke again." And they said, "Yeah, it's because they're probably churning it."
Mm-hmm.
Or something. But there was a lot of dirt that had been through the time, pushing it, with it. And I do know that the tractor, Scott said something about, he's got the tractor up there. And I never saw the tractor sitting up there at the house. But it wasn't unusual for Gary to bring the tractor up either, to push it up, with the tractor.
When was the tractor up at the house?
Scott said that it was up there Wednesday morning. I think that's when he said.
So this morning?
Yeah.
Wednesday would have been the 4th?
Yes. Because he said something about he's got the tractor up there. But I never saw the tractor.
And apparently he's very anal about the tractor and having it parked under the shed.
Scott is.
Gary is?
Scott is.
What about Gary?
He wasn't as, he would leave it, he would leave it out a good bit. He had, and I don't know whether it's stuck now to where that he is. Scott was fussing because he had parked it not underneath the shed, but he pulled it down to the where we keep like shavings and dump, everything in. And Scott was like, "Well, he left the tractor out." I said, "Where did he leave it?" And he said, "It's down there, and he's gotten it into the manure pile, and compost and that kind of stuff." I said, "Did he get it stuck?" "Well, no." I said, "Well, then I don't see what's the big deal about it?" And I know that it's been a while back, but Gary did take it down there, and he got it stuck, and we had to pull it out. And Scott had to hook his truck up to it and pull it out.
Mhm.
But Scott didn't like for the RTV to be up at the house. He would, if I'd get it and bring it up to the house, then he'd just leave. He'd come get it. I'm like, where are you taking it to? Back over to the barn. It needs to be at the barn. But Scott will refer to our place as ours. And I'll say, do you have a rat in your pocket? Because it's not ours.
What's your explanation for what happened?
I don't know. I don't know. There's so much of it. Like I said, Gary and I just didn't really see each other that much. Like I said, the only thing that I knew that yesterday morning was that there was a smell of cigarette smoke or smoke coming out of that. Because it was just my thought of smoking in that bathroom again, when I passed by it. But now, when we were looking for him today, that fan was off in that bathroom. Because but every one of us went through that, went through every room. But he was bad about smoking in that electrical room. If you go down the hall into the back, there's no windows and stuff. And he'd go in there and sit and smoke, thinking he was hiding from everybody. But like I said, but the fan was not on today.
You think one of your boys went down there?
Well, yeah, because we were all down there.
So you think today it got turned off?
Yeah. But I don't know that for sure either. But it was off today.
Well, I can tell you that fire's not been hot enough to do what it did to that body since Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Because you said yesterday it was just kind of smoldering and smoking.
It was just kind of smoldering and smoking and, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
When I left, that's what it was doing.
What about the wallet? His wallet being found inside the car in the garage. I heard that was an uncommon place for it to be.
Yeah. He all the time stuck his wallet in that console.
So it wasn't either in his pocket or on his dresser?
He would occasionally, like when he came in from work, he would a lot of times throw it up on the dresser. But on the weekends or his time off or anything like that, he would either leave it in the console or he would leave it on the bottom part of there's a thing at the bottom of his seat. And he put it in there.
And you said it earlier, and I know your son has said it, Scott, that he didn't go walk anywhere. He had that RTV with him.
He pretty much.
So it's been expressed to me that if he were down there with a fire, the RTV would be right there with him.
Not necessarily, because see, his office was right there.
Okay.
Because I had the RTV out on the property with the horses.
When you're trying to round them up?
When I was trying to round them up. Because I had taken it up to the front gate to go shut the front gate. To try and keep one of them corralled up. Because I had the RTV. But he'd been on it earlier that day.
So we have a team of experienced and very professional investigators out on your property. We're going to be there now, especially that we're investigating a homicide, is going to be, it could be days. And our job, our mission, our passion in life, most of us, is to solve crimes like these. They don't happen in Cherokee County that often. And we're going to dig and turn every stone and find all the evidence that we can find and try to determine who did this. In the end of it, I don't want you to be wrapped up in it. I'm not saying as the person who did it, but as a person who knew something and was trying to protect someone. People have the right to self-defense. Gary was a big guy. He had a temper. You're small. Your daughters are small. If Scott walked in on Gary and you arguing and thought you needed help and wanted to protect you, that's fine, but we need to know it. We need to work past it.
Well, and I don't know what night that was. Gary come in and had this whole collection of plates in the home theater, because that's where he go mainly, you know, to watch TV. And then I walked in and there was Mountain Dew on the floor and there was, I mean, you know, everything. And it was like, oh. And when I came out, I mean, I whirled the plate. The gear was at the barn, you know, and it broke all over, you know. And I just hopped on the RTV and took off and went inside. And I went to bed. I was just like, I'm done with both of you all. I'm going to bed. And Scott and Gary were out. Scott walked across the barn, like the dam, went up to the barn, and I heard him and Gary into it. But I guess he had, you know, said, look, you've really done it now. I mean, you know, but like I said, Gary wasn't even there when I whirled it, you know. It's just like, really? I mean, you know, of course, then I was mad at myself for, you know, I said, and I'm the one who got cut by, you know, when I did it. And, but, you know.
But you know, let's talk about Tuesday night. You were home, your son came home, he saw the fire burning, you were upset about it. Did he come over and there was an argument with him and Gary?
I don't know.
Did you hear any gunshots that night?
No, but like I said, I mean, there's no gunshots, but like I said, there was tons of fireworks going off. So, I mean, neighbors were shooting and.
Up until midnight?
It was late. Because I kept thinking, really, y'all, there's horses around here. I mean, my neighbors have horses. And, I mean, they went late.
But you don't know how late?
No, I have no idea. But I know, I mean, you know, Scott was as upset that he'd started the fire as I was. I said, look, I told him he has to watch it. And I told Scott when he, you know, I said, look, if you've been drinking, you don't need to be driving. No, I'm fine. I'm, you know, whatever. And he, you know.
So you're not protecting either of your sons that you know of?
No.
And we're not going to find any evidence to prove otherwise?
No.
Can you shed any light on any of this?
No. I mean, I would like to, I don't know. I mean, like I said, Scott is very hot-tempered. I mean, and he and Gary, I have seen them get into the point that I was just like, okay, y'all, just take it down a notch. Right. You know?
I'd really like to believe that if Scott shot Gary on your property or inside your house, and then the body was disposed of in your fire pit, that you would probably know about it or find some evidence of it yourself. Or help clean up or...
Yeah. No, like I said, I wasn't there.
You were there.
Well, I mean, I was, but I left. I mean, you know, and I just saw it smoldering. Didn't think anything, you know, okay, it's not blazing, it's not whatever, we're good. We're, you know. Didn't think, you know, but I kept thinking last night, why did Scott come in here and get so angry last night? But that's not all that unusual either, for him to just blow up, you know. And then like today, he was very upset. I mean, he and Amanda kind of had words. And so I said, what is this about? She's like, he's just being Scott.
So you're saying he's been acting out of character the past couple of days? Have you noticed a change in him?
No, I mean, not any worse than what he ever is. I know he got upset about the beach trip that they were going to go on, because I said something to him about that. And, oh, really? I said, look, Scott, you live life of Riley here. I mean, you can't say about anything, you know. And I just kind of dismissed it as that, because there's enough turmoil between my children anyway that, yeah, I'm just like, look, let's just. And then when Chris showed up today, I mean, he was just, and I thought, well, it's because the girls are here, and here we go again, you know. And like I said, Chris was not, I told Chris, you cannot be at my house without me and your daddy here, or me and Scott. I mean, there's got to be more than just, you do not come to this house unless, don't come here unless, one of us is here. I know his ex-brother-in-law died in a skiing accident. And I came home and he was there. And he gone upstairs and gone through a closet and he torn it up looking for pictures. I said, Chris, they're not going to be up there. Why are you doing that? And I said, but I'm looking for, I said, Chris, I told you not to come in this house until I was here.
So you think we need to look more into Chris?
They're still my children at the end of the day.
Which is why I offered to you, the whole. I'm a father. I have a 6-year-old son. But we all have to know what's right and what's wrong. And we have a system in place to handle those situations. And I couldn't imagine it, but if my son messed up bad enough, you have to.
Well, I know back several years ago, I don't know how many years ago that's been, Chris was actually, he'd gone to Athens. That was when he was in college, so you know how many years ago that's been. And he got pulled over coming back from Athens, and they took him to jail. And I said, I told you, if you ever got a DUI, you get to stay there. And I did. I left him. Mm-hmm. We went over, he was in Gwinnett County. And we went over there, and I told that deputy that night, I said, would you think bad and believe me if I left him here? And he said, we'd think worse of you if you bailed him out. So Gary and I had gone that night, and we walked out and left him. But Gary went back the next day and bailed him out. And then Chris was he and Jenna, his now wife, that's probably been 10 years ago. They were in a bad wreck, and she was actually airlifted to a hospital, and he was at North Fulton. And it was a drunk driving incident. And he had been at the hospital, overnight before I found out about it. And a friend of his called me and told me about it. And he wound up having to have hip surgery from it and that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. But like I said, that's probably been 10 years ago, maybe close to it. He did that. And like I said, last summer was when Ellen and Eddie told me that they had found cocaine at his apartment. And I just attributed to his drinking, and he just drinks in excess.
But I understand what you're getting at with the DUI and leaving him in jail. But, we're escalating a little bit here with what's happened. So, there's a point of protecting them. And, you protect people to a certain point, but you start implicating yourself as well if something has happened. So that's not what we're after. So my sergeant's calling me again. Yes, sir. I apologize. We've got different supervisors in different places, and they all want the story and what we are doing so far. So they had a couple follow-up questions, if you don't mind. We spoke of what you did on the 3rd and the 4th. So on the 3rd, 5:30 to 6, Chris brought Addison. What did you do earlier that day? Were you at home all day? Mm-hmm. Never left before Chris came over?
I honestly can't. I honestly do not remember. I mean, I'm honest with you, I don't at this time. I don't think I did.
But you didn't go to any event or anything
No,
big. You would have been
No.
home most of the day, and then Chris
no,
brought.
because all my kids have been home over the weekend.
Mhm.
And me and Gary and Chad and Amanda and Chris and Emily and Olivia all went to Jay Christopher's and ate, and then they left. Everybody kind of parted ways, and Scott left.
Mhm.
Everybody kind of parted ways from there, and then I came home and started cleaning and doing and getting everything, and then Tuesday I spent trying to get everything ready because Ella and Addie were coming that day. And I kind of waited, thinking, well, because they usually, they're typical of the thing, they'll land and then, come on out to the house.
Mhm.
And I mean, it had just been getting stuff ready,
So then on the 4th, Scott came for the debit card at 6:30 in the morning. You ate some food, laid back in bed, got up at about 8:30, went to feed the goats. You were invited by Amanda to Lake Lanier. You left the house a little bit before noon to go there.
Yeah, I think that it was around noon, something like that. Like I said,
You went to the Target Marketplace in Cumming.
Mhm.
How long do you think you stayed there?
long enough to run in and buy a chair because she said you'll have to bring a chair. There's no chairs. So I wasn't planning on stopping there.
So from the time you left your house around noon, it probably took you, let's say, an hour and 15 minutes since you had to stop at Target to get to the lake.
Yeah. Well,
So-
probably longer than that because there was a lot of traffic getting in. And then once that I got there, I had to stand in line a good 45 minutes or longer.
Okay.
And in line to get in.
You left there at about 6.
Yeah, I think that was because I had talked to Chris and about getting Addison. I said, are you gonna bring her to the house? Are you gonna bring her here? What are you gonna do? And he said, well, I'll let you know. And we had discussed about, kind of, we'd all leave together at the same time. That kind of stuff, because I think, and I remember Chad saying something about, well, it took us longer to get out of there than what we thought. And I think that it was around 6 that we left there. But I don't know that for sure.
Home around 7.
Well,
When
Amanda
you-
made a comment. She said, well, it took y'all an awful long time to get home, and in and that kind of stuff. And I said, well, I hadn't really thought about
Who
it.
made that comment?
Amanda.
So was Amanda there at the house, or she was
No.
just calling?
Yeah.
When you drove to the lake, you were by yourself?
Yeah.
When you drove home, you had
Cameron.
with you. Cameron's 11. When you got there, Chris brought Addison over.
Chris brought Addison over.
Y'all went to the barn to feed. The girls went with you, or you went out there by yourself?
Well, I had gone to the barn by myself because Cameron was getting her stuff in. So I went to the barn.
Mhm.
But then Chris pulled in pretty much immediately after I got to the barn. So I went back to the house, to get her, and because I was going to talk to him and see kind of what the game plan was, that kind of stuff.
And then
And then I
you
went back to the barn.
got the girls in the shower. You got into bed about 8:30, and they stayed up a little while longer.
Yeah.
When you went to the lake, do you remember which route you took?
I went down whatever road that is that go out and go, not across Buford Dam, I went the other way.
I don't have a clue. Which-
Oh. Well, you can either go in this end of Marketplace Boulevard or that end of Marketplace Boulevard. So I went on this end, like where Steak and Shake and all that kind of stuff is.
So when you left your house, you went down.
I went out I just followed, the GPS. Kind of went down the back way, hit Marketplace Boulevard, and then went right on Marketplace Boulevard and then went that other direction.
Did you use GPS on your phone, or
No, because I didn't know how to, I used it on the vehicle.
in the car that's there?
Yeah. But then coming back, I just hit return to home, you know. And it brought me back to Prosecutors Dam. I said, well, that's a whole lot quicker than going the other way.
Mhm. All right, and you're still maintaining you don't know.
I don't know.
We don't have any enemies.
No.
Nobody wanted to hurt him.
Not that I know of.
Was there any reason to target your property and him?
I wouldn't think so. No.
Are you currently in an affair with anyone?
No.
Is anyone pursuing you?
No.
There's no jealous boyfriends?
No.
The last affair you had was 10 years ago with?
It was not a sexual affair. I mean, if that's what you want to call it. I mean, it was simply,
More of an emotional?
I mean, we were all just friends.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like his sister was there too.
Mm-hmm.
And Gary got very upset about that. I mean, you know. But no, there was never any, you know, nothing like that.
You have any questions?
I don't think so.
I'm going to bring Scott in here.
Okay.
I'm going to disclose to him about the projectile we found. When you walk by, if you would mind not telling him, you know, obviously if you want to tell Amanda and Chad, is that her fiance out there? While y'all are out there sitting, that's fine. But I would like to speak with your son and tell him and get his reaction and see what information he can offer me.
Can you tell me what the text is that came across on my phone?
Jackie said she is going to bed. Are you going to be okay tonight? I'm worried about you.
Okay. She's the one that lives on my road.
Okay. All right. Yep. That is all I believe I have for you at this time. Where do you plan on going this evening?
I don't. I've got my dogs, so I don't.
You have the dogs with you?
Yeah, they're in the car.
In the car, running? Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. Me and Jackie said I was welcome to come in there. Amanda wanted me to go with her, but I can't. There's nowhere to put the dogs. I mean, neither one of us. I mean, Scott's got a dog that's upstairs in the barn.
So I'm just trying to figure out how I can get a hold of you tomorrow because I'm going to have your phone.
You get with Amanda on hers.
She'll be with Amanda?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. I mean, depends on what I'm gonna do with the dogs, though. I mean, we can't take it. I don't know, because Jackie had said, well, you're welcome to come and stay at my house.
Okay. Was there anybody else that you left out that was at the house, your house, in these past few days, other than the family? Any workers or friends, or I know you said he didn't have any friends.
No, I mean, I was trying to say, I don't think that we had anybody there working at the house. No. I mean, not that I know of. Some of Scott's friends have been there. But I don't remember when that was that they were there. Ted was there. A friend of his was there. Came for a very short time.
A friend of
Scott.
Scott.
On Saturday. And he didn't stay long. He was supposed to have stayed there for dinner, and his mom was actually going to come for dinner too. And Scott, there was an incident with a snake that supposedly Scott and Chris scared him with a snake. And he got mad and left. And his mom didn't come either for dinner that night. But like I said, I mean, everybody was at the house this weekend. Chris and Jenna and Ellen and Addie were not in town yet. And Amanda and Chris and Olivia Chad, I mean, all the kids were there.
I think so. There's
I was cleaning
2
my
minutes
screen.
left.
I was like, I need to clean that screen.
And Amanda and Chris and Olivia, Chad, I mean, all the kids were there.
All right. Anything else or any other names or? All right. I'll walk you out and we'll bring Scott in.
I guess I need to get Jackie's number too.
I don't know how to open it. There you go.
Jackie. Nine 696.
Mm-hmm. We'll cut it off real quick. So what I'm trying to do is get to the where's the menu where you do all the Wi-Fi and all that?
Oh, gosh.
There it is. I just want to hit that button right there.
Okay.
Just hold that down. Yep. All right. I'll walk you out here.
We'll break for till 3:30. If you want to take a group outside for a smoke break so they can stretch their legs, even if they're not smoking, that'd be fine.
We just heard a lengthy second interview that you conducted with Miss Farris.
Yes.
All right, so in the middle of that interview, you stepped out, and at that time, were you provided more information about what family members were telling law enforcement?
Yes. What people were saying on the scene still, or what they're finding or seeing.
So at the end of this interview, what did you do when you left this room?
When we left, I believe I went back to the house, the scene. Actually, no, I spoke with Scott Farris directly after this. Then I would have left.
Then you left after speaking with Scott Farris. Mm-hmm. How long did you speak with Scott Farris for? Do you remember how long that interview was?
I don't recall.
Over an hour?
Mm-hmm. Sounds right.
And then after you spoke with Scott, you went back to the scene?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to then interview Mrs. Melody Farris again?
I did.
And do you remember what time that was or when that was?
It was the next morning, so it would have been on the 6th. Was sometime after 9 a.m.
Do you remember how that interview was set up? Did you contact her? Did she contact you? Do you remember how that came to be?
I believe she had reached out sometime that morning to someone. I don't remember to who. And I was told she wanted to speak. She had thought of some more things, and we had more questions for her. So I got in touch with her and we set it up.
So after you interviewed Scott, after the second interview with Melody, You talked to Scott, and then you went back to the scene and continued the investigation on site
Correct.
at the crime scene.
Correct. And I believe I went home and got a few hours sleep.
Okay.
Came back in.
And then the next morning, you picked up with another interview of Melody Farris.
Correct.
Okay. And who was, if anyone, was in that interview with you?
At some point, Detective Kuykendall came in with me.
Where was that interview?
It's at the Free Home Precinct again in the same room, in the community room
And that's located in Cherokee County.
in Cherokee County.
In the same room, you said?
Yes.
Okay. You and Detective Kuykendall, and during at any point in that interview, was Melody under arrest?
No.
Did you brandish your firearm?
No.
Did you threaten any injury to her?
I did not.
Did you promise her anything?
I did not.
At this time, state will move to tender phase 3.
No objection.
All right, submitted.
Publish phase 3.
I know they said that you had more things you wanted to tell me. Or
Yeah,
stuff that you had.
This went down was not helping us like 30 minutes. You know, so you lay there and think.
Right.
And then Amanda called me first thing this morning. First of all, of course, I've talked to a couple of the attorneys at Harris Law Firm, and they're actually having someone call Amanda that would kind of advise us to how to handle things. One of them being that Emily, the one that drove in from Blackman yesterday, was immediately wanting to get her hands on the finance, which we found very odd, given the fact that her husband has been in quite a bit of trouble with embezzlement and writing bad checks and all that kind of stuff. I do know that Gary gave them or transferred funds $2,100 on one draft, and then $900 on another draft within days of each other, so within hours, I think, kind of each other.
And you told me about that. This $3,000 that he's given her
Yes,
this week.
just in the last, several days. I don't have an exact time on it. And she found it very odd that they would get their hands on money this quickly. And she's like, no. And then so I called Eric, who is one of the partners at the firm here, and I have not been able to get at least Rustin, the managing partners at the firm here, and to basically stop him from getting Gary's office or getting hold of anything. Also, the other thing of it is Chris, my oldest one, that was there. Of course, he's the one that's been taking money for quite some time. And he was not wanting anybody, a third party, to get involved with funds. He doesn't want anybody else tampering with it. He doesn't want anybody else getting it. Which I found very odd. Because I told him yesterday, he got to the house, as he said, to pick up my daughter, because I'm in to talk to him and ask, can we talk to Daddy, see Daddy, whatever. And his response was, I'm coming to pick up my daughter. Okay, so if you're listening to this, I'm coming to pick up my daughter. She's like, look, it's a simple question, settle down. So when he got there, of course, we all and said, look, we need to know that we talk to Dad, see him, maybe, whatever. He would never give me a correct answer, never. And then before we ever discovered anything, he was going to be able to ask me, I'm going to know what shit is. I said, before what? There's nothing. We're just looking for your dad. I said, his travel, what we call travel CPAP was gone. And at that time, we hadn't found his wallet. And, well, I'm leaving here. I'm taking my daughter. And I'm like, no, you're not leaving. So then, even after you all got there, whatever, he was supposed to wake up wanting to leave. And I said, no, you're not leaving. You're not leaving. I'm sorry. But you're in this way long. Well, then he did. He left. And I tried to get up with his wife to see where he went to, and she didn't answer her phone. But then he called. Then she did call me back. And she said, oh, he's here. He's got in the shower. We're fixing dinner. I was like, what? Why? And Amanda said, I found it very odd when he did not say himself. He did not seem to be, easy. It was just like, like nothing had really happened. I don't know. It is just like, I'm not saying he did it. I'm not saying he whatever. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Tommy, whatever his name is this morning.
Captain Pena?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the only Tommy out there, Tommy Pena.
He and I walked over to the barn. Scott was already over there at the barn with another detective over there, and I was kind of simple questions like, as a baby goes, they have to do all of this. He's moving the horse's life. He jumped on me like a duck on the tree. And Tommy said, whoa, you do not disrespect your mother like that. I'm sorry, you could not do that to me. So we turned around and just walked out. That's the thing. He said, I said, well, he has major aggravations. And that's how I said, that's nothing compared to what he does. And Amanda and I had talked to, she said, do you think Mr. Scott is capable of doing this? Well, she seems to think maybe that, she said, or his pain, look what all he's doing so far. Could he have arranged it? Could he have anything? I said, man, I can't imagine. I don't think this way. I don't know. I said, I can't walk in there and tell them that I suspect one of my children, but yet I can't come for them either. I don't know. I don't know what to do.
It's all over false.
Everything went through my head from the time we left here. It's like, okay. And then Jackie and I sat there and talked last night, and I said, we're going to just need to say it out loud, just to hear it. Am I thinking you're bad? Logically, am I thinking whatever? I said, even Scott, when we had been everywhere out there, looking for it, cell phone looking for it, pilot looking for anything that would, and looking for cigarette butts where he's going to make anything that would clue us in to, did he walk up, did he fall, did he whatever, anything. And then Scott he walked up and he actually picked up the skull. He turned it face up. And I said, what is, I could tell what it was. And I said, did you guys throw a go-go here or something? And this is human. I've seen 100 of these over in Iraq. And then he just ran from me. And I'm like, stop, Scott. What? And I immediately started screaming for Amanda. And because she was off, I don't know where she was off, looking. And then I went on and called her, but she didn't answer. And I said, and Scott walked away from us when he called 911. And then when the first people that got there, Scott went to the street and met me. As opposed to just letting them come down. I said, Scott, they've been here twice. They came when I got kicked, and they came when your daddy fell off the horse. They know where to come. They come straight down here. And he refused. He stopped him straight and talked to them. And Amanda was standing there thinking, melting. Why is he not letting me come? Well, see, she had not, I don't think she went back and saw anything. But I don't know what she saw or what she did, I don't know. It all just, I don't know.
What has she said this morning?
Well, she called me about the family wanting immediate access to take over the fund. She's like, Emily's wanting immediate access to the fund. She wanted to go down to a law firm and get everything wrapped up, and she has control.
Where are they this morning?
Hotel something. I don't know which one they went to. I never told her.
They haven't contacted you or any of the family?
I think Amanda has talked to her. Well, I think she did this morning when Emily was looking to get immediate access to the funds. I think we need to go down to Dad's office and get in there immediately. She knows his way, he keeps everything. Okay. So I called Harry Turner, which is one of the partners, and doesn't stop her.
Can you give me his Eric what?
Turner,
How do you spell that?
Durlacher, I think.
You said it's a pretty big law firm, right? Is he one of the doctors?
He's one of them.
Okay, so he'd be someone who's in charge of the office that could.
Yeah, or he could get you to the person.
Anybody else there that you need to contact with?
No, just a secretary. That was yesterday, but I talked to Eric today.
You gave me the name of the law firm. Burr and Foreman. And that's down in, you said Atlantic Station? So he maintains an office there, and you think that's where he keeps all his financial paperwork and everything, as opposed to the office in the house?
Very little paperwork ever comes to the house. He does everything online.
What's Emily's husband's name?
Christopher. Todd, T-O-D-D. Payne.
Do you have to know his date of birth?
No.
It's okay.
I know he's born in 78. He was born in the year that he turned 40 this year. I want to say it's July the 27th, but I don't know that.
I can find out. What's Amanda's husband's name?
She's not married.
I'm sorry, fiance.
Chad, C-H-A-D. Please.
B-R-U-C-E. Do you happen to know his date of birth or anything else about him? Amanda's out there, should be able to give it to me. Was there anything else?
I should have written them down last night. Things that we thought about. We had a minute this morning, it was just like, what are we going to do? This is, I said, well, I knew that always my fear. This is something happened to Gary that Chris and Scott and Emily would immediately start, especially Chris would start drawing funds. You know.
So you said did Emily contact the law firm yet, or she just told Amanda?
She told Amanda. So I don't know if she's contacted. And like I said, Emily's house is in our name.
What about Chris? Have y'all heard anything from
My Chris.
him this morning?
Oh, yeah. And Amanda talked to him on the way here, but I didn't hear, you know. I think that was the conversation she had with him that Gary was going to handle it. So she told me, she said, look, we're on our way down to the first now.
Is he talking about coming today? Or? And you had mentioned that he didn't show any emotion, really. Is that him? Is that just him? Or
He flips out of everything. Everything is a big ordeal. The only thing I found odd was that he wanted to leave.
and he left and came back.
He came back after Emily got there. But then he and Emily, Miss Payne, all walked out.
And Chris wasn't there very long when he came back, was he?
My Chris.
Did you find that strange that he was there and he left?
He's very uncomfortable being around me ever since the incident last summer. Like I said, I forbid him for being in my house without me being there. First thing that he is we have 47 doors in my house. I mean, you know, he can get in. He's got the thing to the keypad, you know, get in. So as much as I try to keep him, I know people answer him out because there's been times that I come in and they're like, Chris has been here. So, I mean, I know there's a safe in Gary's closet in the master bedroom, and Gary had checks. I don't know what all was in there. And all of a sudden, one day we just couldn't get it open anymore, and we've never been able to get it open. We really hadn't tried. I mean, Gary's just, so I have no idea. And that's been not long after we moved in there. But Gary would keep checks in there because he knew that Chris would come in and take them. So then he just bypassed that. I somehow or other getting the routing numbers and the checking account numbers and that kind of stuff. He just has everything just downloaded. And then there's charges to share premiums and to, I mean, he's got a $300 cable bill every month. He's got, over $300 cell phone bill. Now, I don't know if that's just his or it's him and his two girls. And then the airline tickets have to get there's his honeymoon, he got Gary to pay for Jenna's ring. I promise I'll pay that. We never saw the rest. I mean, it's just, and I kept, every time I was around him, I'm like, look, you've got to stop taking money. I'm begging you to stop taking money. You've got to. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I know, Chris. Your daddy tells me what you're taking.
But Gary never did anything to.
He would blow him out an email or text message, stop stealing money from me, But then Gary's very non-confrontational. He'll blow into a room and blast out something. But then he goes, he's just, like I said, he don't like people, he don't like to talk to people, he doesn't like to, And of course, Chris made sure that when he's around, I said, look, come out and help work to pay back some of this money. Oh, I've got this, I've got that, I've got to do, and they'll never show up. Or, oh yeah, I'll be there. They never show up. It's like Gary, Tuesday, Chris told somebody yesterday that I overheard him that his daddy had been trying to get up with him that day. And he said, and I know he did, he showed up with us. But when he finally did come, and like I said, I didn't realize he was there. And I finally looked out, and when I walked out, they stopped talking. And it was just, that was it.
And that was Tuesday afternoon,
That
right?
was Tuesday. So I figured, don't know, but he was on him about the beach trip that he had booked. And because Gary had talked to me about, us going with them. And I said, Gary, if we go, it's condoning him taking that money for him booking a beach trip, another beach trip. I mean, he did one 2 summers ago. His daughter getting married, probably $15,000 or $30,000. That's the last thing I need to do, pay for a beach trip. He's like, well, it's $8,000 short now. What am I going to do? Yeah, Chris's ex-wife, she took her credit card when they were married at mine and we racked up thousands on it. And at that time, I had a card in my name and I went to, it was Wells Fargo or South Trustee. And they basically wouldn't let me do anything about it because she was my daughter-in-law. And what do we do? But they were, at that time, she had come to live with me. That was in September of 2007. And he stayed in May to sell their condo and that kind of stuff. And she came, my brother got sick. Had to have unexpected open surgery. I was in North Alabama. I had left a card for Amanda to use. She took it from Amanda and then racked up just about within a couple of weeks' time.
The lieutenant has asked me to step out real quick. You can feel free to continue talking.
We're one step off Jerry's ground.
And ma'am, I know we've talked very briefly a couple of times. And just so you know, I am sincerely sorry for you and your family's loss.
I don't know what to think. I mean, this is beyond comprehend. I mean, did he play with fire all the time? Yes. I could write my around that. I could. This I can't. I can't know how to wrap my head around this.
Because he did definitely make fires.
Oh, yeah.
He made big fires and he didn't do them terribly well.
No. And then, like I said, he set my house on fire.
How long? I'd heard that. How long ago was that?
It was the end of August 2 years ago. It was right after Emily got married in July.
Okay. Did he just have it too close to the house?
It was in his office.
How was he burning it in his office?
The whole house system went off, and I was upstairs, and all the lights started flashing. So everything buzzing and doing it. Of course, I immediately started looking, for it. And I called Scott. He was at the barn. I mean, I was minutes from leaving with a friend, and I called him. Scott started coming out of his office door. So he took the RTV and circled the house, and he pulled in to get his office door. Well, we immediately started pulling hoses. I dialed 911. We got, fire department came, and we got the garbage can out. Thought we had it. I mean, it was in a garbage can.
Thought it was contained.
Contained, Well, then all of a sudden, everything started going off again. It got we didn't realize that he got into the wall and started going up the wall and down rafters, in between the two floors. And, of course, Scott, was putting water on it, and the fire department got there, and they started knocking. They went upstairs and started knocking holes in the walls to get it down below. But I guess the really expensive thing was it got into the whole house smart system thing. Of course, all the electronics in the theater.
Went kaput.
Yeah. They got into
Did y'all ever try to get that fixed or anything? Or
it
was just too much damage to fix it?
Well, it got into the wiring, And it, like in the basement, there is a thing in the ceiling, like a grate right there, and they had to cut into those wires. Because that's where it got to. And they thought they had it fixed. And it's never worked right since. So we just, I mean, it's just got, you know, at that point in time, I mean, there's no telling how much insurance he paid at that time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, tens of thousands of dollars.
Oh yeah, it's a significant when you got fire damage and water damage.
And
Or
then
like
at what point in time do you just stop?
Yeah.
And go, I turn the light switch on. I not do that. I mean,
so, what kind of like when he would make the fires? How would he deal with them? Like, would he just like light it on fire and step back and watch? Would he keep throwing stuff on them?
oh, he just keeps throwing stuff on. I mean,
Did he just kind of walk around and piddle around? Because like when I make a fire, I just kind of make it and I just kind of walk around and grab stuff and throw it on it, things like that.
Yeah, but this was I mean, it was way taller than you. I mean, it was a massive burn hall, and it had like fencing, and so we had that creosote stuff on it.
Mm-hmm.
There was poles and stuff that he gathered up. It was a barn. It was when we did the fire pit area down at the bottom. We had a mini excavator there at the house, and so Scott had pulled a bunch of tree stumps where we just all that land was cleared.
Mm-hmm. How long ago did y'all clear it?
Right after we first moved in, but some of the trees
3 years ago.
5 years.
Oh, 5. Okay.
Some of the trees were just cut even with the ground and just left. So Scott pulled up some stumps, but they were on like the back side of what I consider the back side of the house over there. And he had pulled those up, so those were on there. I mean, you know, big, you know, with all that. I mean, there was months worth of just stuff they got thrown on there. I mean,
When was the last time you had a fire before this one?
I have no idea. It's a long. I mean, it's been long. I mean, months.
He is okay.
So I mean, we got large amounts of, you know.
So I'll have some share some information. When I'm very much of almost a practical person. He was not, especially with fires. It sounds like I am. I look at the practicality of things. I apply common sense.
Right.
I'm a people person. I talk to people. It's what I do. And human behavior tends to follow certain general trends, if you will. And some things make sense and don't make sense sometimes. Things like that, you know, that's what I do. So I was hoping to just kind of walk through a little bit more on after I know Chris came over, brought Addison. Do y'all call her Addie or Addison?
Addison.
She doesn't shorten it or anything?
She does, but she doesn't like it to be short.
Understandable. I have a cousin that's the same way. So when they came over, about what time was that?
I honestly don't know. I mean, especially at this point, I'm thinking 5-ish, but I don't know. The only thing that I
when they
thought
left,
about that
when they left, did anybody else come over?
I don't think so.
Did you see anyone? Did you hear a car?
I don't know.
Did you hear a noise?
Remember.
Because here's the thing: you were at home.
Right.
You were the only person that was at home with your husband.
Right.
There is evidence we have found in the house that indicates that you would have heard something. There is almost no way in the world that you wouldn't have. And I'm not accusing you of doing anything, but hearing something is. Please don't misunderstand.
Okay.
So
well, let me explain to you this.
So
see, we had 2 horses. Well, actually 3 horses that got out that night.
Yeah, I talked to Scott about that.
You know, I had got Rebel in, the older horse, put him in the pasture, like the front, what we call the front. I mean, the pasture of the barn, and put him up. And then I came back in to check on the dogs and whatever. But I didn't realize that I had 2 Chester and Bluebell, the two horses out. I tapped the RTV, took it up to the front entrance, locked the gate, but one of them was out on the road. I mean, so I got that gate locked. I went back and got a lever.
What time was all of this?
It was dark when I was.
Was it before you had talked to Scott about the fire?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I didn't talk to him about the fire until, well, he called me or I called him one, I don't know, when he was coming in the property. And saw
He saw the fire.
Yeah, he saw the fire. Yeah.
And you were still awake.
Yeah.
Where were you when you got that phone call?
In my kitchen, because I could see him pulling in the driveway.
Okay. And you knew the fire was still going out back.
Yeah.
And you are probably have the same concern that I do. If there's a fire still burning at night, you're going to go peek at it every so often.
But I had seen it by that time, and it was.
How many times did you go and check on it? Not like, I'm not saying go down to it. I'm saying go and look at it, because you're probably like me, because your house has been caught on fire. Mine hasn't, but I'm still paranoid. And I go and I look at a fire, even if it's just coals and cinders, I still go and make sure one's not sparked off somewhere.
Right. Honestly, I don't know. I mean, of course, I was out.
But you would say you went and looked at it at least a few times for sure.
Well, but I was out on the property.
Out and about.
Out and about.
For about how long?
It took me a good while to catch Bluebell when she's the mayor. And it took me a good while to get her caught up. And of course, after I've gotten kicked, I'm very careful about, being around her and that kind of stuff. So I wasn't one for just, okay, let's be careful with this because you're out and nobody knows you're out here.
Of course. You got animals and you got,
animals,
it's just, of course.
Yeah.
So, but you got all of them put up before 11:30.
Yes.
Because that's when you talked to Scott.
That's when I think I talked to Scott.
And how many times, I'm sure you checked on the fire a few times.
It's
right outside your bedroom.
Right,
It's right outside the patio.
And I did. All I did was just open that door and saw that the woods were not on fire. That's all I did.
Open which door?
The bedroom door. The one that goes outside.
Your bedroom, the one that goes around on the little patio right there, because you can see the fire perfectly well.
Right. So all I did was just open the.
Did you ever notice the fire going out?
No.
And then catching back up on fire?
Well, it maintained just a burn. It maintained a flame, kind of like it did when Scott pulled in. It's all. And that way, I talked to him. I tried to get up.
Did you talk to anybody else that night other than Scott? After Chris left, did you talk to anybody else?
I don't.
And I'm gonna ask you something. It's a very direct question, and I apologize in advance for asking it. But when I say that we do an exceedingly thorough investigation, I agree, and not in any way, shape, or form exaggerating. And we look at anything, everything. So I'm going to ask a question. And I apologize in advance for asking it. That given the nature of the circumstance, I think you'll realize I have no choice but to ask it. You and your husband not have the best relationship. I understand all of these. Y'all were not very close. Y'all haven't slept in the same bedroom for a while. He's got a CPAP machine. Practicalities. I know he was sleeping in bed and rolled over and he would kind of flail a little bit. A boyfriend. Any boyfriend at all. When was the last time you had one?
I won't call him a boyfriend, but it was my sister-in-law's boyfriend at the time. But we were all
How long ago? Ted?
That's been 10 years.
Ted?
Yeah.
Wiley? Is that his last name? Where does he live? Florence?
Oh, no.
Okay. When was the last time you saw him or talked to him?
He called about my mother-in-law.
How long was that?
I have no idea. Okay. He's been both in the family for 20 years. And one day she's remembered.
When was the last time you had any sort of a relationship with him? Years ago.
Years. Like 10 years ago.
And.
But it was not physical.
Okay. So when was the last time you had a physical relationship with somebody? Your husband or anyone?
Oh, Gary?
Mm-hmm.
It's been 4 years ago.
Okay. So when was the last time you had a sexual interaction with anyone else? Okay, when we test the DNA on the diaphragms we found in your purse, whose DNA is going to be on it?
Diaphragm.
That's what I was told was found in there.
There was no diaphragm in my purse. No,
What are
there
the
was-
circular discs? About that big, round, one open, one closed, in your purse.
Well, they're not used for diaphragm. It's used for menstrual cycle.
And you have the doctor's prescription, somebody that we can go talk to. I'm assuming those are
You
prescribed,
can go to the counter.
and somebody will use them for that.
Yeah.
And so there will not be anyone else's DNA on them at all. And I mean, I'm sorry for, I apologize. Like I said, I'm apologizing in
Now, I
advance
will
for
tell
asking these.
you that there
but-
is a diaphragm in my truck, in the very back of it, and it belongs to a friend of mine that she asked me to keep it for her.
Is it, okay, we are going to test it for DNA.
Okay.
Is it going to have your DNA on it?
No. I mean, I've touched it.
What's the
but
friend?
Sherry Cooper.
Sherry Cooper. Let's jot that down. So said Sherry.
Uh-huh. She was going through a divorce at the time. And
How long have you had it?
Oh.
She's the same one that moved away a year ago? The huge phone you had?
Well,
Or is that a different Sherry?
yeah, same.
Same one? Okay. Where does Sherry live now?
I don't know where she is.
Why are you holding on for a diaphragm for?
It got stuck in the back of, I mean, she had asked me to keep that. She asked me to keep some plaques that she had, some cards.
Because we can tell what's like DNA from your hand and what's like would be
Right.
vaginal DNA or,
Right.
you know.
Yeah, that's her.
Well, I mean, there's signatures that we could tell that would make it different. And so that would.
That's hers.
Why do you have it and why did you still have it?
Well,
And how long ago did you get it?
oh, I've had it a while. Let's see, Emily got married 2 years ago. And she was going through her divorce then. And she had a boyfriend. And I kept several plaques that she had made.
And these are in the back of your SUV.
No, all that I still have left is that and maybe some cards, but I have no idea what
Okay.
friend had given her.
So what was her boyfriend's name? Is her phone number still in your phone that we could call her? So that diaphragm is hers, and the ones in your purse, we're not going to find any male DNA on it in any way, shape, or
No.
form.
I mean, they're used for menstrual cycle. That's all that they're used for.
And you have not had a sexual relationship with anybody in 4 years. We're not going to find any evidence of it. When we test your bed sheets, we're not going to find any male DNA in any way, shape, or form. When we test your vehicle, and we swap the seats, and we swap the back seat, is there any male ever been in your car?
My kids.
Okay. Other than them. That's easy to pull in
I
there.
mean, Gary.
What about Roy? Last time against Bart.
Barton.
Who's Roy?
No, Roy is my cousin's dead husband.
How long ago did he pass away?
4 years ago.
Why do you still have his credit card in your purse?
Martha Jane had given me just to have as a
And keep in mind,
right.
all I saw was a credit card with a name on it. I have no idea who Roy is.
Yeah.
It's just odd, obviously, not the same last
She
name.
had given me that quite some time ago. I have been taking care of her. She had open heart surgery back, 4 years ago, I guess. 3 or 4 years ago. And so it just got put, and I didn't realize I still had it.
Okay, so you're not using it. So when we
No.
look at the financial records, that hasn't been used in over 4 years.
No. I mean,
And it's going to come back to somebody that's deceased.
Right.
And whose husband is that?
My cousin,
Cousin, what's her name?
Martha Barton.
Martha Barton. And Roy is her husband. Did he pass away of cancer, heart disease? That's a tough one. So that's a hard thing. How old was he?
80.
I'm so sorry.
But I mean, that's when during that time she had given me a credit card to use for, just to have for medicine and that kind of stuff. I mean, like I said, she had open heart surgery in Nashville, and I was, up there taking care of her. Her husband had a stroke at the time. He was in assisted living. Not assisted living, but a nursing home rehab facility. And so I had, that's when I was given cards of hers.
Okay.
You know, all that kind
And
of
you
stuff.
just had it you just forgot it was in there.
Yeah. I mean,
And I keep hearing about it, the cell phone.
the only cell phone I had was that.
What about the other one you had?
It was one that Sherry Cooper had. She had 2 phones. And that was when Gary was, you know, cutting off phones and,
So you were using it how long ago?
oh, that was when she took me to go see an attorney about Gary cutting off credit cards and that kind of stuff. And she said, look, your name's not on anything. I'm going through a divorce. I know how bad it's going to be.
Okay, so did it have a number associated with it? So she gave you a phone that you could use.
Yeah. I had no idea what that number was.
Did it only have one number?
As far as I know. But it was
Did she pay for it or did you pay for it?
No, it's just a straight talk card. I mean, I just bought the card at Walmart. She loaded it. I mean, you know, we just loaded the number.
Okay, so if we got back in touch with her, we could figure out what the phone number is, right? And you're saying that there's no call activity associated with you or your residence or anything in a year?
I mean, I did. I used it for a while.
But that was a year
the attorney
ago.
that I went and talked to said, look, you need, especially to talk to him or, you know, any of that kind of stuff to use that so that Gary could trace it.
Okay. Did you talk to, and that's reasonable that we can backtrack all of that because they keep records for like 2 or 3 years. It's ridiculous. So do you have any idea what the number is? Would you use it to talk to your children? Because obviously your phone was cut off. You see how that seems strange to me.
Well, I mean, he would turn it off.
Okay, so he would
immediately turn it back on.
But
it was
to the point where you got a phone and you used the phone. So if you didn't talk to your kids, who'd you talk to?
Well, I mean, it would be, you know, get up with Sherry. I mean, you know, because I was at home. I mean, he would only turn it off for a very short period of time. It would be like a day. Okay, Gary, turn the phone back on.
People saw that phone, you using it for a while.
I don't know what they're talking about. Having a separate phone.
That's exactly, I mean, that's the one. It sounds like what it looked like. What kind of case was it in?
It was just, I mean, kind of like the one that you're carrying.
What color was it? Okay, tell me about the gray one with blue trim.
The what?
Gray phone, the blue, like blue surrounding.
Oh, no, I don't know about that.
And they said they saw you with it
And
within the past.
and they asked you about it, and you said it was Sherry's a while back, but then they kept seeing you with it. And obviously Sherry moved away, so that's. I mean, if she gave you a phone to use, and this is what I'm getting at.
No, I mean, it's been a long
given
time.
that, and that's what I'm just going to be realistic. If you had a phone and you used it to talk to a boyfriend or talk to friends or do something without Gary knowing, obviously, given the status of your relationship, that makes sense to me. You still have straight talk cards in your top drawer.
Yeah, well,
That's what I'm saying. This all makes sense that you just have a phone that you don't want Gary to know about. I'm actually cool with that. I can actually understand why you would have it.
Okay.
But lying about it seems a little, you know.
My mother is in a nursing home.
Yes.
She has a straight talk card because Gary was doing her phone and then he cut it off.
Okay.
So I got tired of the whole thing of him doing that. So,
Are they all on the same plan? Or does he have separate plans for everybody's phones?
I think Amanda is still on his plan,
Okay.
but I don't know that for sure.
Okay, so tell me about the straight talk cards.
So anyway, they are from my mother's phone. So I can just load them.
When did you purchase them? What did you purchase?
In the last few days. Just so that I
What's the number?
I don't know.
Okay. So
It's going to come up as it's an Alabama number.
and it's an Alabama number. It's your mom's phone number, right?
Yeah, it's my mom's phone number. It's
Okay.
a Rogersville, Alabama number. And it's probably written on that piece of paper.
What's your mom's name?
Hey.
K-A-Y. So when I think you kind of see what there's a lot of things that point to, and it makes sense to me that you would. You're how old? I don't want to guess an age.
58.
You have a life. Your life is now separate from your husband. It has been for like 10 to 15 years. When that happens, people seek companionship. That's actually normal, especially when given the nature of your and your husband's relationship. You did not love your husband anymore.
I did.
You said you wish he had a heart attack and died, and you couldn't wait to get rid of him. You would tell your kids when you were upset.
No, I never told my children that. Never.
Never once.
Never.
Any of them.
Never,
So in separate interviews, that's just something that
Never.
is an oddity
never.
that you couldn't wait to be rid of them, to have your life back, to have control
No.
of your finances back.
No,
Did he
No.
pay you an allowance?
No.
How did it work? Because I know you have a debit card
a
and
debit
number.
card and a credit card.
Is that attached to the main bank account or a different one?
Oh, there's a Bank of America card,
Mhm.
and that's a credit card, and then the Wells Fargo card is his main account. Now Scott has one that's the farm account.
Okay. So the one you have, is that attached to the main one, or does he put money in it specifically?
It's his main one because that's what his check is.
Because I've heard that he tries to control your spending a lot, and he's a little controlling in that regard.
He's controlling.
I mean, nobody's saying that he's a complete saint when it comes to y'all's relationship. So
No.
please don't misunderstand this,
No.
this conversation.
I mean, you look at my house. I've got any and everything I want. You know, my house is furnished the way I want it. He was controlled. Like I could go. Like Scott and I went one day and we spent $300 and whatever at Lowe's. He was fine with that, but then you question the $38 charge at Kroger. You're like, why? Why are you? There was no rhyme or reason the way he questioned.
Okay. And with all of that, with how your relationship has gone, y'all had
We just figured out how.
You're telling me in 10 years, other than Ted many years ago, who you haven't talked to in a while, there's nobody that you have had any sort of remote relationship with in any way, shape, or
We
form.
moved to this house.
Because what I don't want to have happen is you tell me no, and then I go and I find all these numbers and I find a boyfriend. Because that is going to be concerning to me, and I think you can see why it only makes sense. And I could actually see every woman's reason for not doing that, especially given the circumstances, and especially given how they probably they're not thrilled about it, but at the same time, it's human existence. You only have one life to live, and you want to feel that closeness, and you want to feel that companionship.
I mean, when he was in the hospital, a few months ago.
But it makes sense to me that you would seek companionship, even emotional. I'm not even saying necessarily physical, but you would talk to
Do you
somebody.
understand that even me sitting here talking to you all, he would think immediately that I was having a therapist job?
Do you have a tattoo?
I do.
XOXO?
It's just a text.
Are we going to find any phones at all where somebody is in the phone as a contact of XOXO?
No.
What about the old phone? Not the new phone. What is that in reference to?
It's just mine and Gary's simple. Just text.
Does he have a tattoo of it too? What did he have to say about it?
Oh, he loved it. I mean, that's why I got it.
How long ago did you get it?
4 years ago, it is.
Y'all have been pretty bad off for about 10 to 15 years, and it's only gotten worse. It seems odd to me that you would get that tattoo in memory of y'all's joke like 4 years ago. I mean, it's just me being honest.
I got it about the time that we moved into that house. That was our start, our fresh start,
Yeah, he got the house for you.
Yeah.
He got something to do.
Yeah.
He was trying.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he was doing a
I mean, we
fantastic job,
agreed
but
that's what we were going to do. This was a new start. This was a new, for us, we're going to make this work. We're going to make this work. For better, for worse, for richer, for poor. I'm not leaving. You're not leaving. This is what we're going to do.
have you ever had a physical relationship with anyone other than Gary since y'all been married? No one that we're going to find in the history of y'all's marriage. I'm talking the whole entire thing. I'm not talking the last 5 years, 10 years, or since I went rocky. I'm talking forever. Who?
Rusty Boy. Boy, was his name.
So Rusty is his son. Where's Rusty?
He's in Oklahoma.
When was the last time you interacted with Rusty?
Oh, it's been months and months ago.
Okay, but in the last year. So was that physical relationship then in the last year? When was that?
I mean, I ended that.
You said his name. His actual name is Rusty.
Rusty.
When did you end it?
I did a while ago.
How long's a good while? It's like years, like
No.
months. It seems like it's been within the last year.
Yeah.
It seems like you have a boyfriend.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I would still talk to him on occasion. But I mean,
When was it physical with y'all?
It's been probably at least a year ago.
You said you hadn't had sex in 4 years. You had diaphragms in your purse.
That diaphragm is not mine. It's Sherry's.
Not the one in your purse.
It is, but that was used strictly for
The one in the car is Sherry's.
the one in the car.
The ones in your purses, you told me
It's
those
not
are
a
used to.
diaphragm. It's used for menstrual cycle.
And when we go get Rusty's DNA, where are we going to find it?
And nowhere in my home.
Anywhere in your house?
No,
Where did y'all have your relationship a year ago?
up in Tennessee when I would go up there.
You were in Tennessee a month ago.
I know. We do not.
June, I think I saw. Did you see him then?
Yeah.
Did y'all talk?
Yeah, I mean, I still talk to him.
Did you talk to him on that phone?
Yeah.
When I find him and he gives me your phone number, what number is he going to give me?
That number that you got.
You talk to him on the same phone your husband has the phone call access to?
No, he did not have access to that one. After all of that shut down.
Do you have access to his phone records at all? So he doesn't have access to yours.
Yep.
You don't have access to his. When did he lose access to your phone records?
Last one.
Who do you have as a carrier now?
It's smart.
Smart Talk, is that like Straight Talk but different?
Yeah, like straight talk. But yeah, straight talk.
You just pay for it yourself with your debit card?
Yeah. I mean, he knows I've got it. He knows it's straight talk. He knows it, you know.
And this other phone. And like I said,
Look,
because you told me you hadn't had sex in 4 years. Now we're back down to a year. I mean, that's why I'm not trying to, I'm trying to preface it by saying I actually don't, I'm after the truth because the truth helps us paint a better picture. And the lies that we're going to uncover make it more difficult to piece together. And our goal is to find out what happened. And I have a lot more information than I am willing to say right now. Because I've been involved with this the entire time.
but
There is this phone. Where's the phone?
Sherry's guy.
Is it the phone that you actually used for a while? It seems like that's the one you used to probably talk to her and probably talk to your boyfriend. You didn't talk to your kids on it.
No.
So
and I talked to the attorney who was, you know, and he basically told me, he said, look.
I actually think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
Like I'm telling you, I think it's a good idea, which is why I don't want you to lie about something that I actually think is a good idea to have.
Well, he
So when was the last time you had this phone?
I have no idea. I mean, it's been a while since I've had that. I mean, there was no reason to.
And Sherry's got it now.
Yeah.
Did it have the same number the whole time? Because you're going to know if it had the same number or jumped around.
I don't know.
Who'd you use it to talk to more?
It to her and to the attorney.
And where is Sherry Cooper living now?
I don't know where she was from. She's traveling with her son Blake in Wisconsin.
Okay.
They were shooting a movie.
What movie?
I don't know the name of this
What did she work when she was here? About how old was she?
one.
Do you know her birthday? That's stretching it a little bit. Early 50s. Sherry Cooper. About how tall is she? You on Facebook at all or anything? Friends with her on Facebook?
Yeah.
Anything like that? Yeah. Okay, so you are on. So you got a Facebook. Is it your actual name? Like Melody Farris?
Yeah.
Oh, what's your middle name? I'm so sorry. Walker. Okay. So full name and Sherry is a friend.
Yes.
Okay. So we can maybe find her from there.
Yeah.
And she has this phone. And there's no other phone.
I don't know whether she still has it or not. I don't know.
Okay. And how long ago did you give it to her?
I don't know. It's been a while.
Like 6 months or like 3 years?
Somewhere in between. I was trying to say if I still had it when Emily got married
When we
or not.
Okay, and Emily got married a year ago, right?
2 years
And
ago.
2 years ago in July.
Yes.
So Rusty. Is Rusty your only boyfriend? I know we were talking about boyfriends and you said you didn't have any, you had sex in 4 years, and that's why I'm pointing it out. We've now gone back to a year and you did have a boyfriend. What other ones are we going to find? Literally the one and only. There's going to be no other evidence or anything we're going to find that points us to another boyfriend.
He's not come to my home. I mean,
Has Roy ever been to your home?
No.
Have you ever invited him in?
No.
Have you ever seen him at your house?
No.
Has he ever wanted to come to your house?
No. Yeah, and that's what I said. This has got to stop. I mean, this has gotten out of control, out of whatever.
When did you cut it off, or did he cut it off?
No, it was a mutual decision.
Well, just because what mutual decisions have reasons.
This is just not going to work.
Is that what the straight talk cards are for?
No,
So you can talk to him?
no. That's from my mother's phone and from my phone.
Okay. For your the phone that you gave to us, and thank you so much for that. Essentially, so, and when I say we're going to go back, and we have to look at everything, obviously, I think you understand that. I think you understand we have to do as good of a job as we can possibly do, and we have to look at absolutely everything we possibly can do. And the last thing I want there to be is us to find you had another boyfriend, and then we can't find his whereabouts or something like that. So there's no other boyfriends. Rusty, and what's Rusty's last name? Same as the guy on the card. Same as it's because it's Roy's son.
Right.
How old is Rusty? Okay, 64, and he lives. Do you know how to spell that? How do you spell that?
Tullahoma.
Yeah, I never would have got that right.
Well, my grandparents live.
Does he work up there?
That's Tullahoma, Tennessee.
Does he work up there?
Yeah.
And y'all broke it off. Y'all last had sex about a year ago. And y'all broke it off about how long after that?
That was it.
And how long had the affair been going on for?
We didn't see each other on a regular basis.
So it was on again, off,
On again, off again. When I would go up there and take care of Martha Jane or, something like that. And, like I said, I've known him 40 years.
That's why I said, how long ago did y'all first have a relationship?
It was after his day, I guess.
How long ago was that?
4 years.
Okay, so between 4 years and 1 year.
Yeah, but it didn't even start then. I mean, it was one of the things that started out as,
Is he just a family friend, or is he related?
No, his dad.
Roy.
Yeah. And my cousin were married to each other.
Okay, and then Roy passed away from Parkinson's at about 8. That's whose card, but the card for sure hasn't been used in like 4 years. Like you didn't even know you had it. Because those are easy records to get. I just want to make sure we're not going to find where that card's being
I
used
don't know.
around here.
I don't know that there's somebody's using it. I have not.
You haven't.
I have not used it.
And are you on any other like social media apps or anything? Are you just Facebook, Kik, WhatsApp, Tinder, anything?
No. And I don't even really know how to use Facebook. I know how to log on and look at everybody else's stuff, but I don't know how to add stuff. Sharon had put some pictures of us when we went hiking on it. And then Amanda had put a couple of things on it. Just a picture of.
Do you do Instagram, Pinterest?
Oh, Pinterest.
What kind of stuff do you look at on the internet?
Google, whatever.
What kind of stuff do you look up? Because I look up what I'm interested in, video games.
Oh, no.
95% of my search history has to do with video games.
What medicine, where am I, what are you doing? Just any and everything. Nothing specific. Pinterest is strictly, nowadays it's weddings and, all that kind of stuff.
Have you been at, okay. And so we're not going to find any other boyfriend, and there's no boyfriend that could have a reason that they would want to.
No.
Obviously, you have pointed out Chris as somebody who may have some reason to want to do something, but there's no boyfriends that could have gotten. Jealousy is a heck of a thing.
No,
so there is no boyfriends.
No.
You had a relationship with Ted many, many, many years ago. Was that physical as well?
No.
That was never physical.
No.
So the sole two people you have had sex with, how long have you been married?
Almost 30 years.
So in 39 years, you have only had a physical relationship with Gary and with Rusty. There's nobody else.
No.
Have you had almost an emotional connection, or is there another man that you talk to a lot or frequently?
No.
Has anybody been pursuing you? Because it's not. The one thing is for sure is it's not a secret. You and Gary don't have the best relationship. I think everybody. It's just not a secret. So is there anybody that was pursuing you?
No.
In any way, shape, or form?
No.
That we're gonna find.
No. The other day I had talked with Cherry Brazel, who lives down the road from me, but Ella, my granddaughter, was his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
What was he coming on to you or anything?
No, gosh, no. I mean, it was strictly, Ella was with actually his ex-wife, and she has recently gotten to jail.
Mm-hmm.
And I called him about, hey, where are they? What are they doing? Do you think it's okay for them to be there?
And you call him normally?
Just when the girls are in town, Ella had been here for 2 weeks. Not long ago.
And what is his name?
Terry Braswell.
Terry Braswell. He just lives down the street.
Well, actually, if he goes.
And we're not going to find real talk all the time or
Okay.
anything like that. And we can see that it's realistically only when they're in town.
What, yeah, I mean, he will occasionally call, just, is it raining on top of the hill? He does a lot of horse arenas and that kind of stuff. And I had talked to him about coming in and leveling hours up and putting some new, horns and stuff in it. But, nothing.
And on the night of the 3rd, nothing out of the ordinary.
No. Like I said, chasing horses and.
Well, what transpired is not something that would have been quick. It's not something that would have happened in an hour. It's something that would have happened over several. It's something that would have taken time. It's something that there, unfortunately, is just not a single, and it's done. It's not it.
I would never.
I didn't ask that. What I'm asking is, you were at the house. There is a lot of evidence that was collected in the house. There's a lot of evidence that we collected out back. We have a forensic anthropologist who was one of the only ones in the state of Georgia out there with us that night. That we were out there. I know how long it would have taken. It's not an instant thing. Something that took time.
I know nothing. I can tell you.
Well, and I'm not saying, well, walk me through. You put the horses up. You were back inside. You looked out at the fire, even from your patio.
Yeah, I mean, it was just.
You saw nothing.
It
was not unusual.
There's nothing unusual about it. The woods are not on fire. That was it.
Okay, how many times do you think you checked on it? 2, 3, 4?
I don't know. I mean, I popped an apple PM because I had a horrible headache. It wasn't enough to knock me out.
And did you, after Chris
But
left?
then Scott called me at about 6:30 that morning that he was coming over to get the debit card.
He did. He did. He went and got cash and went to play golf. So that night, did anyone come over?
Yeah.
When we look at cell phone records in that area, there's nobody that we're going to find that you communicated with, knew about, or anything. And so I'm not, again, please don't misunderstand me. I'm not accusing you of anything. What I'm saying is that there's things in the house that somebody in the house would have realized something was going on. This is not a quiet incident. This is not an incident that would have happened in a few moments. It's not an incident where you would have gone, chase the horse for a little while, come back, and it would have been over. This took time. It took a minute. There was something that went on. Like I said, if there's a potentially jealous boyfriend we need to know about, now is the time.
Seriously, it's not. I mean, the only thing that I know of that's out of it.
And I'd be venture to say that this is not something that one person could have done. Very possibly, not. Seems like kind of a. That's why I'm just. It's not. It's just.
I mean, the only thing that I know of that's out of whatever was there was a plate that I put in Gary's garbage can that I picked up all the pieces. Scott was there when I threw it, and Gary was not.
When did you throw the plate? Is that the plate that's in the trash in the downstairs?
In the basement?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why'd you throw it?
Because Gary had left a ton of plates, and Scott, he had spilled them Mountain Dew, and Scott was outside raising hell. And
When was that?
With me, that may have been Monday night. But Gary was over at the barn at that time. And Scott was, are you not preparing dinner? Are you not doing this? Are you not doing that? And I just dropped it down on the concrete when I did.
In the office?
No, it was outside.
Outside where?
On that area right outside his office.
Like outside. Not like outside the office, but like outside.
Outside.
Okay. By like the hot tub?
like to his office side of the project.
Okay. So if you walk out that door,
Yeah.
that's where
To
the
his
plate broke.
office. I mean, I just went, bam. I mean, and dropped it. Of course, it went everywhere.
And who was there when that happened?
Scott.
Just you and Scott.
Yeah.
And what day was that on?
I think it was Monday for sure. And then there's a broken plate in my garbage in the garage because I had fixed chicken salad. Went out to go get a bottle of water, which I had to open up the container, set it on the top of the cart, and it just slid off. And hit the floor in the garage.
Okay. How did y'all clean up the plate when it broke? Or who cleaned it up?
I just picked it up and put garbage.
Oh, just by yourself?
Yeah. I mean, well,
Did you, because there's I didn't see any broken anything out there.
I just picked up all the pieces and stuff.
Even the little ones? Did you vacuum it? Is there a pressure washer out there or anything?
No.
Just by hand, you were able to actually pick it all up?
Yeah, I mean, it just broke up into pieces. They're all out there in the garbage can.
Okay.
And I just picked them up, cut my finger when I did it. And
Did you bleed? Do you still have a cut on your finger or something? Were you, that doesn't look like it would be bleeding a whole lot.
No.
So it didn't bleed much. It's not like
No.
dripping blood or anything.
No.
Because that looks like just almost like a little
I mean,
pinprick.
it's just, it's
Wasn't, but I mean, you weren't bleeding everywhere
No.
or anything.
I was not.
Is there, and let me just ask this, is there any reason your blood would be in the basement?
I don't think so.
I mean, can you think of any time you've cut yourself down there and bled everywhere or anything? Significantly, we're not talking like that little finger prick. We're talking like drops of blood, like bloody nose level. Like if you just drops of blood, anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Motley bit Gary last week, maybe. It was before the kids were over there on the weekend. He had gotten him on the ankle enough to make him bleed. But it wasn't a bad bite. I mean,
Where'd that happen?
in the kitchen.
What did you do when you got bit? What did you do after you got bit?
He said, "Are you not going to do anything with that dog?" And I said, "Gary, you stand here yelling at everybody to make the dog not bite."
Did y'all just tend to it in the kitchen? Throw a Band-Aid on it?
I didn't.
Well, what'd he do after he got bit?
He just kept walking.
I mean, but he wasn't bleeding everywhere though.
No.
Okay.
But, and I really did not think that he had broken the skin on it until Sunday when we were at Jay Christopher's and he had on shorts and just loafers. And then he said something about, what happened to your ankle? He said, Molly bit me.
Okay, but it was not like significant. Like he wasn't obviously bleeding all over the kitchen floor or something significant like that. And the whole time, because when I say it took obviously you saw this thing at this point.
I saw when Scott pointed it out to me.
Mm-hmm. What did you think of that?
I honestly took off and ran from Scott. I mean, I honestly thought it today.
Because you're the one who first saw it.
Scott and I were together. Me and Scott and Amanda were there.
But you're the one who said, hey, did y'all throw a goat on the fire? Do y'all normally throw goats on the fire?
Scott has in the past, yes.
How long ago did he throw a goat in the fire?
Oh, I have no idea.
How many times does that happen?
Not really. I mean, we've had several goats to die. And I just know that, he has been known to do that.
What would you say if I asked Scott directly that question and he told me he has never thrown a goat in the fire and he has always buried them on the property?
I do you want.
Why would Scott lie about that? Or something like that?
Because I know for a fact he did. I know he
How do you know that for a fact? Just out of curiosity.
Because he showed me he has.
Have you ever seen a goat back there?
Yeah. I've known when he started a burn pile and burned one.
How did you burn them?
Just throw it on the burn pile and burn it.
Bodies don't burn like that. You don't burn up bodies. You just don't throw them on a burn pile. That's unusual.
The last
amount of effort needed to burn a body is significant. Go.
One of that over that. I mean, that was just, I know that he burned one.
Well, okay, I'm telling you, bodies just don't burn in fires. They just don't go away.
we're all water. You can't burn water.
Like incinerators are designed to burn for a very long time at an exceedingly high heat that is not reaching a regular bonfire. It's not reaching a brush fire. It's barely reaching. It's not even really reaching a house fire. House fires where houses collapse on people, we still find more of those people than we did of your husband.
Okay, then how did it happen?
It's outside your bedroom window. I was hoping maybe you could shed some light.
All I saw was the I never went down there. I mean, when we were all down there the other day, everybody, me and Amanda, Scott, Chris, even, Addison and Cameron, I think we were all circling around.
Mm-hmm.
Scott actually, when we were discussing that about the goat, I said, did we have a goat to die? Did you put one on the burn pile? And did your daddy put one on? Or whatever, because all I saw was two legs, what I thought was two legs sticking up. That was what I saw. But then Scott immediately picked up something and turned it over. And he's like, this is a skull. That's all he said. And I never could tell if that's what it was.
We'll be able to look and find out if there's any evidence of an animal ever being there and being burned. That'll be relatively easy to figure out. It's not the way.
I don't know.
Not really the way you dispose of animal
remains. I don't know if
remains.
Scott burned it on that burn pile because we did have one over closer to the barn.
You've never seen an animal on fire.
No.
You've never seen an animal carcass on a fire pit.
No. Now I know that.
So you only know for a fact because he says he burns them?
Because I know that he did one. And that's been a while ago. And I said something about, what'd you do with that goat? He said, well, I just put it on the burn pile. Okay. But now he's done several, what they call a European mount, and I never knew how he did those.
Okay. So that fire, it had to be tended to for a while.
I just told Gary, I said, you've got to keep it on.
Someone had to go back repeatedly.
And do what?
Keep it burning.
I did not do it. I did not do it.
Don't stretch. You might want to back up to where you were. Just a hair.
Can you tell me about the blood in that?
There you go. Well, I think
Those of animal
Scott
remains.
burned it on that burn pile because we did have one over closer to the barn.
I think that skipped ahead.
You've never seen an animal on fire.
No.
You've never seen an animal carcass on a fire pit.
Yeah. Now I know that.
So you only know for a fact because he says he burns them?
Because I know that he did one. And that's been a while ago. And I said something about, what'd you do with that goat? So I just put it on the burn pile. Okay. But now he's done several, what they call a European mount, and I never knew how he did those.
So that fire, it had to be tended to for a while.
I just told Gary, I said, you've got to keep it on.
Someone had to go back repeatedly.
And do what?
Keep it burning.
I did not do it. I did not do it. I mean, when I tell you that fire was massive, it was massive. And he had a bunch of, like I said, there was fencing and boards and all kinds of.
Woefully insufficient for the type of heat and the amount of that we burn and everything else about it. Woefully insufficient.
That's all. That's all. That's all I know that was on. I know that Gary.
What can you tell me about the blood in that? What can you tell me about the blood we found?
I did not know that there was any blood.
I mean, how much blood are we talking?
We found blood. You know anything about the blood?
I didn't know anything about it. So,
And the entire time you were there, because this is where, and see if this makes sense to you, and I'll let you try to explain how this could happen. Something happened to him. How did he die?
I didn't know.
You were told. You were told how he died, weren't you? What happened?
Well, we just assumed when Scott said this is human remains on his fire.
Have you been told how he died? What we found?
He told me that there was a shot or whatever slug in the rib.
Okay. So what does that indicate to you?
A gunshot.
Okay.
I mean, it's like, I told Amanda we told her last night. And that's when I found out about it, was when we came here. And it was like, how do you wrap your head around this? I mean, I'm thinking you just got caught up in fire.
That's what we have. It's gunshot wound, burned up body, all of which took a long period of time. And you were the only person at the house. So that's why I was hoping. I know you keep saying you don't know anything and you didn't do it, and you keep saying that.
I did.
But the problem is there's almost no way in this world that you didn't see something, hear something, or know something, and someone is shot, moved, and burned, and burned, and burned, and burned 30 feet from your bedroom window.
I did not go down.
Gary was a big man.
He was big man.
No single person is moving Gary on their own,
No.
on their own human power.
No.
So there's two ways that Gary got to that fire. Multiple people or heavy equipment.
Maybe a combination of both.
I don't know.
Where'd you find the Komodo? The Komodo when you found it. Where was it?
Down by his office.
Kubota.
Kubota?
Yeah. No, are we talking about the tractor or the RTV?
RTV.
Okay, sorry.
It was down by his office.
You told Scott the other day that you moved it from somewhere. Where did you move it from?
It was down by his office. And then I moved it to go get the horses and whatever. And then I took it back to the barn that night. We parked it over there.
Parked it where? So the night of the 3rd, you were driving it.
Yeah.
You were driving it when you're saying that is the time frame that something could have happened to him.
Because I was out there
What if-
horses and stuff. Because I went to a show.
So there's no way we're going to find evidence that somebody utilized that to move anything, touch anything, or drive around it that had blood on it.
No, because I went and got it the 4th of July that morning at the barn and brought it back.
Why was it at the barn on the 4th of July?
Because I had taken it and parked it there the night before.
Why did you park it at the barn the night before?
Because that's where we always park.
Quite simply not what everyone else has said.
That's where
That's
we
not the Komodo, the tractor.
No, the RTV.
The RTV is not parked way over there. Gary would not have walked all the way over to there to get it. He kept it where he was. He kept it close. He didn't like walking. It was too much energy.
Scott always kept it at the barn. Always kept it at the barn. And yeah, I did. I took it from the house and I went and parked it back at the barn where it always goes.
Where is it parked over there?
It's usually in the shed on the left. If you're looking at the shed, the left, in that first stall right there. But I didn't put it in the stall that night because the ducks were right there. I just left it out in the driveway. Made it up in front of the barn. Parked right up there. But
What day was that?
That was on Tuesday night.
And you just walked all the way back in the dark.
And I walked all the way back.
Was the fire going?
Yeah.
The tractor. When was the last time you drove the tractor?
We took it and moved a bunch of stuff over there at the house behind me.
When was that? And we being,
Oh, I don't know.
we being who?
Me and Scott and Gary and all of us.
How long ago was that? Days, weeks, months?
I don't know. We did all that work out there underneath the trees for the dogs and Gary. We did all that. And then he had it over there. Somebody had it over there for the weekend if the kids were there. And I took it and moved it. Yeah.
Times, something,
I don't know.
days.
It was the weekend the kids were there.
Weekend at which kids were there?
The weekend before the 4th of July.
So barbecue time.
Yeah.
Birthday, barbecue.
Yeah.
So you moved the tractor. That was the last time that you moved it. Where'd you park it?
I remember being, yeah.
Where'd you park it?
Oh, back at the lawn.
Where precisely back in the park?
Under the shed where we always park.
Under the shed.
Yeah.
And that was barbecue weekend. Have you seen anybody driving it around since then? I think that's not quiet. Have you heard it?
No.
Have you seen it
Gary and Scott have both been on it.
since the barbecue weekend? And that was the weekend. Because obviously we're about to start a weekend. It was last weekend. Within the last 7 days.
Yeah.
And that's when you parked it underneath the shed back there.
Yeah.
What have you seen the two of them doing with it?
They aerated all the pastures.
Okay.
But then Gary did the riding arena.
Mhm.
He took the rake
Mhm.
and did it, but I don't
Okay.
remember what that was. But I thought that Scott had aerated because we overseeded a bunch of stuff and put fertilizer down. But Scott brought it over to the house and put the aerator on it recently in the backyard. And we put fresh seeds in it.
Mhm. Did you drive it on the 3rd at all?
No.
Did you see anybody driving it on the 3rd?
No.
Did you ever hear it on the 3rd? Because that thing's loud. It's not me. It's not quiet.
No, but I'm so used to hearing it that, you know. I don't know whether Gary brought it that day or not. I honestly don't know. Like I said,
When was the last time you saw Gary on the 3rd?
when we were discussing dinner.
What time was that?
It was after Chris was there.
Was that after he started the fire?
Yeah.
Where was that conversation at?
In the kitchen.
Was he going back out to the fire?
And he was still dressed.
What was he wearing?
Shorts and a t-shirt.
Is that what he was? Did he change?
I don't know. I mean, that's what he had on because he had gone back up. We had planted. He had pulled up some shrubs that were right outside his office, and he planted some new ones. We still got the tags on. And he had pulled out some azaleas from there, and he was planting them up at the front entrance.
Was it dark?
He planted those after Chris.
Was it dark? Or still light? Or dusk?
I don't know.
Y'all were discussing dinner. What time do you normally eat?
Anywhere from 6 to 10. But it was,
Did you make dinner for him that night?
Yeah. I said, Gary, I'm not cooking. It's just, us. I got plenty of food in that refrigerator. I'm going to eat chicken salad. You can eat whatever you want to. And I did. I fixed my chicken with my I fixed a plate of it. Walked out, set it on the, vehicle. It slid off. I went in to just, scooped it up. Threw it back in the garbage can. And went in with me some more.
Did you clean the floor? Because it fell off of the car.
Yeah.
In the garage.
Yeah.
Did you sweep?
Yeah.
Or vacuum?
No, I just gathered. It was just the edge of the plate broken off. I just picked it all up and then we got paper towel and, cleaner and cleaned that spot. But, by the refrigerator.
What time did you realize the horses were out? Was it dark or still daylight?
Rebel had gotten out. It was getting dark. So that had to have been, by the time it got dark, 8:30 or so. But Gary also said, did you realize that the chickens are out of the house? And I said, no. I said, I guess Addie left the chicken coop open. I just, and I went outside and, chickens were going back to roost anyway, so I didn't have any trouble getting them out. And then that's when I realized the Rebel was out. So I just went and got him. He's no problem with that. But then everybody was shooting fireworks and stuff like that. And so
On the 3rd? Okay.
Yeah. It was worse that night than it was the night before.
So that night of the 3rd, you were driving around the Komoda the ATV, or what are we calling it?
The
RTV. You were driving around that to go and do all these things.
Right.
And the night of the 3rd, where did you leave it?
At the barn.
When
Because I talked to Scott.
When did you go
I
get
called him and asked him what time he was going to leave the lake.
When did you go get the Komoda? How did it leave the barn again?
I went and got it the next morning.
After you given the debit card to Scott?
Yeah.
And you walked over there and picked it up again?
Uh-huh.
Why'd you pick it up?
Just to have it to, do the chores, whatever. I had the blower that I went and blew everything off. Just my morning natural routine, blow everything off, feed the chickens.
Where was the tractor parked when you went and got it?
I didn't go to the tractor.
Oh, so you went and got the ATV. Did you see the tractor?
No, because it's hard. I didn't go to the back of the shed.
Okay, because you had parked it in front.
The RTV.
So
I just walked over there, got it, got the bottle and stuff to fix up for the baby goats.
So it's dark. It's getting to be dark. Dinner time, dark. 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock.
Right.
When you and him are talking on the 3rd.
Right.
About
dinner.
And I know you said the tractor is something you would maybe not have heard. So if we find evidence of anything on the ATV or the tractor that we can relate back to him being in the state that he was in.
I did not see him on the tractor that night. I didn't see anybody on the tractor.
But obviously you're in the middle of nowhere if somebody would have turned that thing on and driven back behind there. Because like we said, there's only so many ways that he gets on that fire. Because he didn't fall.
I don't know.
I mean, but you see what I'm saying? Like, you would have heard the ATV. You would have heard the tractor. You would have been aware of that. It's literally directly outside your bedroom. So if somebody would utilize either of those to put him on the fire, there's no way it would have gotten past you. Because you were literally on the ATV.
Well,
you were going to the barn.
Yeah, I mean, I took it and parked it up and everything. I called Scott and said, how much longer are you going to do before you get home?
Mm-hmm.
And I know that, and I told him, I said, look, he said, I'm fixing to leave. Okay, if you've been drinking, do not get on this.
And when I go talk to everyone, that the ATV is always parked at the barn. Mm-hmm. And if Gary wants to get on the ATV, he walks all the way to the barn to get it. Just to get the ATV to ride around. He doesn't keep it near the house, he doesn't keep it next to the house.
No. I mean, like on a weekend or something, he'll ride around on it continuously all over the property.
Was he riding around on it when he was making the fire?
Yeah, I mean, he'd been on it all day long. Because when Chris was there, he rode it over to the barn.
And then brought it back.
But yeah.
Where did he park it when he brought it back?
He'll park it anywhere from the driveway to...
Well, the girls were with him, right? When he was on the ATV. Because they went to go look at the baby goats, baby chicks, things like that.
Addison rode with Chris in his car. I walked with the dogs. And Gary rode the RTV.
Okay, so when everyone went back, where did it get left?
I don't know.
When you went out and found it that night to go tend to the horses,
down by his office.
it was parked by his office.
Yeah. And I just thought,
And you went and drove it around, and it was nighttime by then.
yeah, it was. Or getting dark. I mean, you know,
Dusk,
dark,
nighttime.
Yeah. Wasn't
And this is after you'd already talked to Gary about dinner,
yeah.
things like that. Is this after the dish had broken?
Yeah. Because I ate earlier because I had to
Okay.
eat lunch.
So you had had the
Well,
so Chris had come
Cherokee.
so Chris had come and left.
Yeah.
Gary and you had talked in the kitchen,
Yeah. I left out the chicken salad and the bread and the tomatoes.
and the chicken salad bowl slid off the car.
Yeah.
Which car did it slide off? I'm so sorry. I'm sure you've told me like 5
Off
times.
the Sequoia.
The SUV.
Yeah.
Okay, so it slid off and broke in the garage.
Yeah.
You cleaned that up. After that, you never saw Gary again.
Yeah.
After that is when you saw the ATV down by his office.
Yeah. Because when I started realizing that the horses were out and stuff, I went and hopped on it because I knew I had to get to the front gate to show you.
Okay. And then you're driving around and you're doing that. How long do you think you did that for? An hour,
It
45
took me
minutes?
a long time to get, because I got the
A
one.
long time can mean so many different things.
I have no idea.
Are we talking like 20 minutes or like 3 hours?
No. I mean, I rode up front, shut the gate. And
You shut the gate down by the road.
down by the road.
Do y'all lock it?
It has been locked in the past, but I didn't like it that night. It's got a halter on it. I just
Okay.
basically just shut the gate. It was just
Okay.
to keep the other horse from running out. And I did not realize it, and then I thought, crap, I don't have a lead rope. So I took it back to the barn, parked it, got a lead rope, and walked. And had feedback.
And then that's when you got the horses in.
And I got one of the horses,
Okay.
and then had to go and get the other one out. Had gotten outside the gate.
The other horse. Okay. So you get one and then you get the other. And then what did you do?
I had 3 horses out that night. Rebel had gotten up earlier, the old white horse. Got him, put him back. But somebody had left out the joke earlier. It was Addison, and left the stall door.
Okay. So get all the horses wrangled up. Oh,
Right.
you drove the ATV to the barn to get the lead rope.
Yeah.
You get the lead rope, you get some feed, you go wrangle up one horse, then you go wrangle up the other horse.
Yeah.
You go back to the ATV or the RTV.
Yeah.
Okay, then what'd you do with the RTV?
I took it party back as well.
Where was did you get the lead rope, hop back on the RTV, go get the horses, then you got back on the RTV, you drove it back over there.
I brought the horses back to, but then back in the fence, got it all, secured back. Had to go back into the RTV that I had left at the front. Brought it back and parked it at the barn.
And you parked it at the barn, meaning up there by Scott's barn. That's the one we're talking about, right? Kind of in the front gravel area.
Yeah.
It's a really nice area, nice gravel and everything up there. So it was parked right there,
Yeah.
obvious, like right.
Oh yeah, he couldn't miss a bit.
Okay. And that is where it is parked. And if Gary wants it, he walks all the way to it to get it.
Yeah.
How often does Gary ride around on it?
Every weekend.
If he's doing work, is he on it?
Yeah. But mostly he'll just ride the property.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like it's a fun toy.
Yeah.
If I had 13 acres, I'd want one too.
Just rides it.
So,
And then I went back over there the next morning. I parked it there at the barn.
okay.
And
So if Scott would have come in, there's no way he would have missed it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Scott came. I got everything, made sure everything was locked back at the barn. The dogs, Luke and Leroy, are locked in their thing. We had that little baby goat. It's got to be fed a bottle. I did it. And just, I just walked back to the barn. I usually will walk that versus, unless I'm carrying something or got to get there in a hurry or, anything like that.
And the whole time you're doing this, you saw no one else on the property.
Yeah.
You saw no unusual activity. You
No
saw
candy.
no flashlights, no lights,
No.
nothing.
I mean, just fireworks going on.
You get the 3 or 4 and go, well, it's dark by then, I would
Oh,
assume,
yeah.
like pitch black dark, because it definitely gets dark out
Yeah.
of your house because
Very
there's no
dark.
lights. So it's absolutely dark by then.
Yeah.
When you parked the RTV at the bar,
Because God,
did you have a flashlight with you?
Yes.
You just walked in the pitch black.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'll never get rid of flashlight.
Okay. And then did you have your phone with you? Or do you leave that in the house?
No, I had gone off my jet. Just because I was out wrangling horses.
Okay. So you walk all the way back.
Yeah.
And by the time when you get back inside, what do you do?
Well, I had talked to Scott and asked him what time he was leaving. And he late.
Is that a pretty short conversation?
Yeah. I mean, it was basically just like, hey, we're leaving late. You know, I'm leaving here soon. Thought you were going to be home early. Just the usual, you know, that kind of stuff. And then, I walked back to the house. They had Lucy and Motley, but they were putting the food in. Went upstairs, got a shower, did my usual routine. I mean, you know, just for whatever. Did the last thing of getting the sheets on the bed for Ella and Addie upstairs on a clean bed. Because when the kids were there, I had slept upstairs in that bed, so I finished getting sheets and stuff on that bed upstairs that night, and had come down and bought some stuff, and that's when I saw Scott pulling it, and saw that he had called. I had a missed call from him,
And you returned his call.
and I returned it.
And that's when y'all spoke about the
And
fire.
that's when we spoke about the fire.
How did that conversation go?
It was just, well, I see you've got the burn mark on. Yep, you did. And it was, I said, are you going back to the lake tomorrow? What are you going to do? What are you, I mean, you know, just the usual, you know. He said, I'm going to go play golf. When are you going to go? Early. What's early? He said, well, I leave the door open. No, I'm not leaving the door open. I need to come get the debit card. Why do you need to get the debit card? Well, nobody, he said, Daddy's cut off the farm card or Scott had maxed out because he only puts a certain allotment of money on that. And he said, it's not working. I mean, basically, it wasn't working. And I said, what are you afraid of? I think I said something about you can talk to your daddy or something. He said, can I just come get the debit card in the morning to be cash? And I said, I guess. I said, but you're not leaving me without my debit card. So he came over there. He called me because I said, I'll be up in the morning. Well, I was. And he called and he said, come over to get the debit card. I said, okay. So I got up, went to the front door, did that, let the dogs out. I sat down on the front porch because he went to Wells Fargo, got money, came back, and gave it to me.
Mm-hmm.
He went in and got a Red Bull out of the refrigerator, and then he left. But I don't know whether he went back to the barn or I don't know whether he left at that point in time.
Had you gone and got the ATV by then?
No.
Okay.
No. Because I came in to do something to eat and actually went crawl back in bed for a little while. Watch TV.
So you got the card back before everyone went and got the RTV.
Yeah.
So tell me about what happened after you left.
I sat there and watched TV for a little bit. You know, fed dogs, did, you know, just the normal, put stuff in the dishwasher.
Did you talk to anybody else on the phone or anything? Okay.
I called Amanda at some point in time to ask her if she was going to Lake Lanier still. That was on 8:30 or something, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, look, I've got to get my usual feed the chickens and go feed the baby goats, you know, all that kind of stuff. So I walked over to the barn, go feed the baby goats, and feed Luke and Leroy, and put feed out for the other goats inside the barn. And then I brought the RTV back and water plants. That was outside right there by that shed. And left the hose pipe running on that tree out there.
Did you ever go near the burn pit for a pile? Did you do anything back there that morning?
I mean, by
Was it
then-
still burning?
Yeah, I mean, it was just smoldering. But, you know,
But not like flames.
No, it wasn't.
So
like
definitely no flames
No.
on the 4th of July that you ever saw.
No.
Like after you woke up, obviously at 6 a.m.
No, and Scott and I even talked that morning because I said, "Oh, it still smells like burning wood up here." He said, "Oh, it'll be smoldering for days." And I said, "Well, I hope it doesn't get the ground like what it's."
Is that what y'all talked about when he got the car?
And, as a matter of fact, I mean, he walked over there and looked. I mean, you know, he walked out on the deck.
And it was just smoldering at that point.
Yeah, it was just smoldering at that point.
Okay. So on the 4th, the fire was just smoldering.
Yeah, it was just smoldering.
Okay. And you never saw it reigniting with the flames or anything like that
No.
after that? You never noticed another flame?
No, I did not notice
Again.
another flame. No. But then, I mean, I fed the chickens up at the house and got them water and did my usual thing, you know, with them. Watered the plants that were up there around the shed and stuff because the sprinkler system had gone off that morning. And just did that, watered those 2 pots by the garage door. And just did my usual watering, you know, just right there in front of the house and stuff. I got the blower and blew off everything. You know, I mean, just basically blew off the driveway down. I mean, you know,
Did you do any cleaning inside the house?
I mean, just my usual pick up, put up.
Did you do any like scrubbing? Did you clean the floors?
No,
Clean
I mean,
upstairs, downstairs, clean
No.
toilets, sinks?
No.
Just like tidying up, but not like
yeah, just the usual.
there's
Make my bed.
so no like grab Clorox and clean stuff, no grab Windex and wipe down windows, no use whatever, guess Tilex for the toilets or something.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so none of that was on the 4th.
No.
And you didn't clean anything on the 3rd either with that, any of that stuff, right?
I probably cleaned bathrooms on the main level of the house and upstairs just because everybody's in there. I mean, you know, nothing unusual. I mean, I vacuum and mop very often. I mean, you do with everybody coming in and out. Of course, everybody's in there over the weekend.
What time did you leave to go to the lake?
I honestly do not know.
What time, roughly?
I called Amanda.
What can we look at to figure out what time you left? Might be a better way to put it.
I talked to Amanda.
Okay, about the time you left?
Yeah.
So we could talk to Amanda and figure out kind of what
Yeah.
it was.
To figure out what time it was.
Okay.
I called her because I had called her earlier and we talked and I said, "Are you still going to Lake Lanier?" But she and Chad had said, "Why don't you come and go?" I said, "Nah, there's a bunch of stuff here. Ellen and Addie are coming in. You know, there's a ton of stuff here that needs to be done. Just the usual, I mean, you know." And then it's like, "This is all you do is stay there for work." And the more I got thinking about it, I was like, you know, I think I am going to go. Why not?
Okay. So you talked to her and left.
Talked to her,
Do you know about the time you got there?
and no, because I stopped by Target, because she called.
Which Target did you stop by?
The one on Marketplace Boulevard.
Okay.
And probably the receipt is still in my car.
Okay. What'd you buy? That might help us
Chair.
find the receipt.
Folding chair.
Oh, just a folding chair?
Folding chair.
Fair enough. I can see how you wouldn't want that at the beach.
And, well, she had called and said, "Look, there's no chairs. We're going back home. Get our chairs. Do you have one in the house?" No.
So that's why you went by Target. You went you went to the lake
Yeah.
and then you came back with Cameron. Did y'all stop anywhere on the way back home? How did it go once y'all got home?
She came in, I mean, we got her suitcase out, and I went to the barn. And actually, that morning, because I had gone and got an RTV, and did my thing at the barn, and then brought it back to the house.
Okay, break for the day.